Alrighty, we're back. Let's do it. I kid you not, I'm like overly excited for how this is gonna go down. The music is so good! Bro, this is the most penultimate FF4 vibes ever. Goodness gracious, this is phenomenal. How foul place this. Let's proceed with caution. Whoa! Fang and Claw lasts 30 seconds? Damn! Oh my god, look at Nidana right there! Oh my goodness. How does a great surge of ethos if a summoning had begun? Okay. Oh, I see. They designed Dragoon so that you honestly don't spend too much time in waiting in for Nishan mode. Okay, I understand that now. That makes sense actually, because you don't have the blue glow, but you have the red glow. But you have the red glow more often, so you can use Nishan a lot more frequently than you would in any other case scenario. Okay. Honestly, that's like a buff. Okay. I understand that. Yeah, because you don't even. I literally get to go back into the mode. Yeah, like you don't even use your Skogul as often. You spend a lot more time in life mode. Mindaruva. Okay. I mean, I get it though. We're gonna be dealing with Mindaruva, then Sendaruva, and then Cindaruva. I get it. I mean, that's not good for vision's sake. Whoa. I like the song and the music though. Oh, what? That's kind of interesting. Okay. Bro, he took nothing from that. Was it its bio? Oh, and then thunder. Oh no, she's thundering. Wouldn't it push this way though? Oh, I love the music. The first engine is lit. I love it. Yeah, I know. I'm loving the mechanics for this fight. These are really cool. Honestly, it just makes me realize that like they really don't run out of things mechanically, honestly. I feel like people were saying that kind of beforehand, but I really don't feel that way. Also, this music is amazing. Okay. Yeah, this one is hilarious fun. This fun is hilarious fun. You heard what I said? This fight is amazing fun. Honestly, I look forward to running this fight with players, like, frequently. I won't even be, like... I should have waited, honestly, but that's okay. I understand that what they did with Dragoon. It actually makes a lot of sense. This is actually really big for in place. I'm honestly not even mad about the red anymore, or the blue anymore. I mean, I wasn't even mad to begin with, but like... The blue, I understand. I actually understand that. Wow, they gave me a visor for the... Sorry, I just want to... That's kind of sick! That's pretty sick. I like that. That fight is amazing fun. I feel like I was misinterpreting when the orb went to the certain mechanic, whatever, but I mean, it's okay. I didn't get killed or really get hit by any of them, so that was fun. Okay. I'm excited. I'm already excited. I love this already. I love that it's giving me like just FF4 vibes. I mean, I know that the whole expansion is like FF4-esque, but I just love that this is what they're doing. And I'm also glad that I can actually figure out Dragoon a little bit more. What they did with Dragoon, I'm honestly not even... I'm loving it so far. I was not really sure what to expect because of the fact that they got rid of, like, Blood of the Dragoon. But the way how they have it designed, honestly, you don't even need to... You're not going to ever see it. Like, you're never really going to see it. However, the clipping, at least... I'm clipping definitely badly with Dragoon in terms of jump, but the fact that you can literally hold the eye is amazing. Although, like, obviously you shouldn't, but you will be able to in transition without having to worry about having to like recast anything. That's amazing. Bruh, and also that creature's from some other game as well, I think, actually. Damn, I'm seeing the damage for that, okay. This damage is kind of nutty. There's no uptime command, but we've been awake for 10 hours. It's been 10.5 hours, if you were curious. Also, the fact that I have Wheeling Thrust activated until for 30 seconds is a W. Of course we're still streaming. I haven't... What do you think? Yeah, no, we've been awake. We're here. The game has been very good, honestly. This is the first dungeon, so the fight is a lot of fun. This dungeon is amazing. For the first dungeon, it's totally in perfect sync with everything I can possibly imagine, and also I'm loving Dragoon. I'm loving Dragoon a lot. No, we're just going through the story, so I don't really care about leveling up any jobs right now. So I unlocked Reaper. But I haven't even bothered leveling with the job at all. So we're not gonna do that until we're off stream. So what you need to go do if you want to join me in leveling up, you gotta go unlock go do the Stormblood alliances, because the Stormblood alliances will let you do. You can join me for leveling, and then you can level up with me, because everyone's gonna be over there today after they're done like progressing through the story. Oh, I can't wait to get this job to 90, man. I definitely got to figure out and see, though, how the damage, or not damage, the experience calculations are going to be for doing Bojin as a level 80 job. If it's equally as efficient as if you were trying to just work on a job from like 79 to 80, oh, then it's over. We're not going to go to bed again. We're going to have to keep on streaming and do like a chill, casual Bojin run, honestly. I can foresee that already being the thing. I didn't even... Oh my god. I completely forgot about food. Yo, I'm already shocked. I already forgot that that's a thing in this game. I gotta worry about food now. Wow, that's been a while. Wow, I can't believe I have to eat food as my main again. Oh, that's so weird. Because I've only ever ate like basic random food as a cat, you know, with a random job, like random alt. Now I gotta actually eat food with my main. This is weird. I have not been really eating food in general, but also they really haven't been throwing mobs at us though. So this is honestly fine. This is the first dungeon where we actually gotta like sit down and do stuff. Alright, I'm gonna save the eye, I think, for the boss upcoming, I'm pretty sure, because we get the next upcoming. You get XP after beating bosses now, they changed it. Oh, you don't get XP for fighting mobs. I read that, but I didn't exactly understand it, but this makes a lot more sense now. Okay, you don't get XP for fighting mobs, you just get XP for fighting, yeah. Okay, I get that. Honestly, that's fine. Sandy. Yeah, so first boss, you get all the XP from the beginning to that first boss, then from second boss onward. Yeah, I get it. That's cool. I mean, whatever. It works for me. What the? Alize? What? Are you dragooning? I mean, I know you're a dragoon user, but this is kind of ridiculous. You're literally using the move I would use against you, if anything. Berserk. Oh, shoot. Oh, okay, I see it. I actually see it before they move. This is the... Okay. Oh, it's small. Understood. That hitbox is big. Bro, give me that move back. That was such a good move. Ring of Death? Or Circle of Death, whatever it's called. Stop. What? Okay. I'm intrigued. I mean, I understand what's about to happen, but... Oh, you son of a bitch. Alright. Understood. Confused? Are you kidding? Oh, what? Oh, the one that's not moving. Oh, shoot! I think... Okay. Oh, pain. Alright. I saw that at the last second. Okay. That's really cool, though. I was like, they're all doing different things, but there's one that's just standing there doing nothing. That obviously made a lot of sense. Okay. I dig it. Oh, you're gonna stop us again? Okay. We can't kill you one time before then, so... I was gonna try and stop in that... Oh, I get it. You gotta just spread out. Okay, okay, okay. Got it, okay. That makes sense, actually. You can't avoid that. That's impossible to avoid. Understood. That's actually a really cool mechanic. I like that it forces you to have to actually, like the vulnerability is a problem. Alright. Let's see. This one, yeah? No. It's over here. Because they also all don't even move it, you know, they kind of all move individually too, which is very interesting. So, I love that they made that boss. Yo, that boss is fun. It's chaotic, but it's fun. Definitely not as chaotic as the first one, but still chaotic. It was that's a fun fight. I like that fight a lot. Okay. Oh, I kind of understand it, because, like... Okay. Because that way, like, if you kill mobs and level up the experience and whatnot, like... You know, you gotta commit to killing the boss to get the XP. They kind of lock it in so that you have to do it, you know... I understand why they locked it in that way. I actually like that, though. Because that way, like, nobody just leaves in the midst of the middle of the... What in the world? Okay. I don't remember if they ever explained exactly why they specifically let the experience thing be a thing after the boss fight is completed, but whatever logical behind, like, reasoning behind it, I'm here for it. I honestly like that a lot. I think that's cool. Oh my gosh, it's so weird to see the. You know what? I'm not even gonna lie. I didn't even think about the health and the damage. I completely disregarded it. That's how I know it's irrelevant to me. It's irrelevant. I didn't even see that my health was 30,000 compared to the 140 I think it used to be. Right? It was 140 I think. I didn't even realize that my health was 36k. That's how irrelevant it was. I literally completely forgot. Like, because the whole time I was changing my jobs and looking at gear and all that other stuff, and I was like, oh, okay, whatever. Yeah, I mean, honestly, even then though, like, because I know that people were honestly like worried about their numbers or like health and damage and all that other stuff, and I literally only realized that my damage was doing so bad was when I Oh yeah, I mean, but also even still, like, whatever. I mean, trust me, I get it though. I get it though. But for the sake of like people actually saying like, oh my god, like I can't do 250k with my dancer. I'm like, bro, I honestly, because I literally just did like a direct a crit full thrust and I did 10k, and I was like, oh yeah. I forgot that they just got rid of the values, or they significantly decreased the values rather. Like I completely forgot. And like I said, this honestly just goes to show, like I personally just don't care. And certain phases were slower and certain faster because of but change it. Yeah, so I mean, I understand that like some of the fights that we have battle-wise and whatnot are going to be either slower, faster, or just hit harder or hit weaker. But I think overall, it still feels great to play a job. Like I don't feel weak even though they decrease the parameters. Yeah, stats which is kind of relevant. Like I said, you only feel difference in the Sonic stat. Yeah, like I said, I mean, even personally right now, as a person who's like, who loves to be able to see big numbers, like the fact that it took me this long to realize, despite the fact that it was very clear, like, hey, this is happening, and they made it very clear even in the very beginning of like the first live letter or whatever that it was. I already forgot. Like, I really did. I think I'm honestly just enjoying the game too much to care. Yeah, exactly, and that's why that's why it took me so long to realize, because I still feel amazing playing Dragoon right now, as a level 80 Dragoon, where my damage was cut in what, like 70%, I think, right? All the numbers are like 70% at 80 by comparison to what was in Shadowbringers. Like 60, no, like 65 or 60%. I think it's something like that. Yeah, but bruh, whatever. I can care less. Yeah. So I really hope that they don't start giving people flack, or people don't start giving Square flack for the fact that their damage is minuscule by comparison. Because like I said, the jobs and the game feels amazing still. I literally feel no difference in how to play the game. Bruh. Who would have, no matter the cost, we must protect the tower. Who would have thought that freaking the okay. Okay. Okay, music. Talk to me harder, please. Cinderella. What's poppin', girl? Brand new whip I hopped in. Let's get it. I wasn't backflip, but it was like no. Oh my god, they're gonna delta attack stuff. Oh crap. Sorry, I totally, like, was not even paying attention. Oh boy. Yo, excuse me? Okay, I'm not gonna lie, I wasn't paying attention. What the fuck is going on? Okay. I was not paying attention. I feel like you're not going to want to really stand there, but I'm not going to question. Oh, you know what? Actually, hold on. I was trying to find the thing for this, and I couldn't find it. Okay, they're all using Delta attack face. These enemies are face. You get the Delta attack. I don't even know. Okay. Oh, I tried to weave my full thrust in. It didn't work. Okay, I have no idea what the fuck is going on with this. I mean, I'm not like the whole Delta attack reflect thing. I understand like what it is. I have to pay attention to what Minzaruba does because I'm not paying attention to what she's doing. Thunder. Okay. Yo, I'm so lost. I'll tell you what though, like, haven't died. Like, we're playing a massive game of dodgeball right now. That's what it feels like right now. You just healed? What the? Alright. Right, now they got rid of the threat. Now I gotta kill, because, like, Sindura is always a problem, too. Okay, here's Berserk. I swear. Oh my goodness. Alright. This is an L. Okay, you're gonna thunder now. I'm being too greedy. I'm gonna just wait this out. I have no idea what just happened with that fight. That was the most chaotic nonsense I think I've ever witnessed in a dungeon in my entire history of playing this game. I understand what their intentions were, but like, I think I just played that just nonchalantly. Because I was just focusing on dodging stuff, and everything worked in my favor. So like, easy. But also like, what the fuck just happened? Okay, so 82. No skill technically here. Except for Draconian Fury. Yeah, so these are the same attacks. I get that. Also, what? Oh, unless it's replacing, because you can't attach to a hotbar. Unless it replaces Doom Spike, that makes more sense. Upgrades Doom Spike. Yes, okay. We got it. Cool. I mean, that's nice though. I don't have to change that move. Ooh. What's that? Just that chest piece though. Oh, that chest piece is sick. They always do so well when it comes to the game, and they're buying their pieces, man. They always do so well. Also, can we just like peruse around this tower? This tower. Okay, so obviously well, first off, my theoretical inference about this tower being connected to the first trial is incorrect, which, like, thank goodness. Thank goodness I'm wrong, because that means that it's more exciting to figure out what's next in sight. And we have no idea. W. I love being wrong. I love it.
Is everyone all right?
We fortified the captives with what magics we could. Have the defenses been disabled? All appears quiet for the moment.
Lower floors were disturbing enough, but this place feels wrong. The ether is heavy and thick, like wading through a quagmire.
I believe we stand in the tower's beating heart. What sayest thou, Stola?
I see it. Ether siphoned from the land runs up through the spire, flowing to a single point. This is the core we seek.
What a core. Also, this is the exact same core also that was implemented in the actual towers in actual Final Fantasy IV. That's amazing.
Yet something is off. As large as this structure is, it siphons far more ether than is required to sustain it. 'Tis as if the core is feeding on the energy, consuming it. I need to take a closer look. Curious. There is something there embedded inside the core. A man's limb.
This is what we came to destroy?
Yes, if you would be so kind.
What? Let's go. That was godlike. They made a Sessiion freaking godlike, man. I love it.
That should be the end of it.
Well, now it's time to escape.
What now?
My theory that the tower might come crashing down following the core's destruction doth appear to be correct.
That would have been nice to know beforehand.
Bully for you! And how are we supposed to survive the fall?
What of the prisoners below?
The floor beneath our very feet dissolves. Brace yourselves.
What in the world is happening?
I pray I'm not too late.
If you're gonna big shield us, yo, always Oriange with the he's the perfect theory craftsman, but is just like late as heck to everything. Oh my, he's so chill and chalant though, man. He's like, well, sorry for not telling y'all sooner. Oh my goodness.
What happened? Where are we?
This at least lets us understand that Oriange, as intelligent as he is, yep, love him. Still one of my favorite Scions.
By my reckoning, we're still on the island where the tower stood. But it is as if it never existed. Hardly a scratch. But how?
I'm more concerned about how the tower is just up and pieced. Alright, Graha.
Graha wove a levitation spell at the last moment. Large enough to catch everyone, it would seem.
Jesus! Yo, shout out to the man.
That
The
explains
myth.
the lack of obvious injuries.
The XIV. Maybe if you get some dragon skills, it'll all wake up.
The expenditure of so much ether has taken its toll. He will need plenty of rest, but should otherwise be none the worse for wear.
Bro, we just got him. Why are y'all making him go through all this again? Leave our boy alone. That man's chilling over here.
Then the immediate problem is what to do with our new friends here. They'll be much changed for their time in the tower. Even if their bodies are intact, I doubt we could say the same for their minds.
Oh, right, because they were tempered because of the tower. Mm-hmm.
Angelo and I will take care of that.
I have every faith in you, Alize, but there are just too many for you to treat alone.
We'll send at once to Eorzea for more Porksies, and call on the local mages to lend a hand.
Hail, Scions! We were watching the tower when it simply disappeared. What happened here?
Bro, I want that armor.
The threat is banished, and thy people delivered. They are, however, in need of treatment, and we of a secure locale and helping hands to assist us in its provision.
You shall have all this and more. Come, let us convey these unfortunate souls to the city.
Bro, good luck lifting. Oh man, that would be fun. That horror is still here though. I figured like she wasn't in there for too long that she would have woken up, but like this is honestly fine. Phew, carry ultimate saga may have been the true struggle. The liberated prisoners are being transported to Razat Han for treatment. Alize and Ishola will oversee the administration of the temporary treatment with support from those who know a healing spell or two. We'll go and join them in the city once you've had a moment to catch your breath. Nice. The Jewel of Thavnair. Had enough rest, have you? Well, you never were one for being idle. Right. Varshan bade us come to Megathra at the earliest convenience. The others will join us at once they have finished tending to the prisoners. Okay. Wait. On second thought, you and Athenian should go on ahead. I need to make a quick detour by the great work. We left Graha at the alchemist's care. You see, best to fetch him before he's crammed into a specimen jar. Just you and me then. The guardsman at the gate should wave us through. Ah. Tell you what. We'll get the good old. Yeah, I mean, because if you gotta go to the southeast, then I'll just kind of venture that way still. See if we can try and catch an ether on the way over. Is it right there? Yes, sir. To the east down there. Okay. I mean, we're not going to go down there, so let's just wait. Because I definitely missed a bunch of Aetherites on the way around, but like, we'll get those later. I'm not really too worried about it right now. Oh, it would be down there. Yep. Okay. Well, can't get it just yet. With the tower gone, I expect that the state of alert will be lifted. Ah, on a science, you're free to enter at your leisure. Nice. As I cannot leave my post, I'm afraid you must make your own way. Should you require directions in the city, the sentry station and the fountain around top of the steps should be glad to assist you. Okay. Though I have been to where I had before, this place is a veritable maze. Rather than risk getting lost, we had best ask for directions from this sentry at the fountain. Lead the way, and don't expect me to act as your tour guide like certain others. Oh. Fair enough, Sessiion. Let's go ahead and make moves then. Ooh. Noted. This thing is so cool. This place is huge. Oh, I love it. Ah, Mistress, I presume. I understand you were here for an audience with the satrap. If you require directions to Megathera, I shall be glad to provide them. The satrap's residence is situated in Dharma, the highest part of Radz-at-Han. To get there, I would ordinarily recommend a route that takes you by the bazaars in the city's north. Due to the state of alert, however, most businesses are currently closed and the Aetherites disabled. Ah, so this is where we'll be for raiding stuff. As such, I will provide you with an alternate path. First, please ascend the steps to next to this fountain and then continue left. There will be more steps, and upon ascending it, you will emerge on Paxa's path. Proceed through this large door on the right, and you'll arrive at Uveda's Fibers. Within, you will find another sentry who will give you further guidance. Okay. In other words, we head up. Sounds straightforward enough. I mean, not gonna lie, that's a lot of directions, but like I think we got it. Yeah. So let's figure it out. We're just two measly dragoons, just doing what we gotta do. I love this place. This place is awesome. I mean, I'm sure that getting to the top, if there is, like, where all the vendors are, is at the top, that's going to be quite the conundrum, but it's honestly going to be sick. So, that'll be cool. But, like, just look at all of the color. I thought that Yulmore had color. This is a whole another level of just wow. This place is awesome. I love it. Oh my goodness, and they even get more color. It's amazing. Alright. More directions, please. Heading to McDo. In that case, follow this hallway to my right. And you go through the door top of the stairs. You'll emerge at the entrance to the airship landing, where another sentry should be on the hands of the seat. Incidentally, if you ascend to the steps on either side of me, you'll find workshops of Reveda Fibers. You're free to use the other side. Take care not to lose your way. Okay. Well, we finna go this way then. Yeah, something that like that's where we gotta go pretty much for where the end game stuff might be. I don't think they've actually mentioned where it'll be, but this place makes more sense to me. Sick. Okay, let's quickly grab this Etherite before anything else. Alright. If you were here for an airship, I'm afraid all flights have been suspended until further notice, so the state of witness is still in effect. Perhaps it's for the best. That aside, we're not here for an airship. We have business at Megathera. Oh, in that case, permit to direct you. From here, it's quite simple. You ascend these steps and then continue straight ahead across the bridge. You can't miss it. Alright, we can run it off now. But the color. Oh, that kind of looks like housing. That looks really cool. Oh, I love this area. Oh, this is such a big place to be. Okay, cool. Ah, I remember passing by here with Farshan. The situation being as it was, he regretted not being able to show us the sights. Life has yet to return to normal here, but when it does, you ought to pay another visit. Though the city is confusing, the food is quite good. I'm partial to hamster myself. The meat's surprisingly tender and flavorful. Bruh. Okay. The bird's irritated. That's actually hilarious. Okay, I know we gotta go left, but we're gonna go right because I see another Etherite over here. So we're gonna grab that. And then, you know, we'll figure it out. I like that the place is huge. I like that it's a bigger map. Like, Yulmore is vertically large, but this place is definitely, like, okay. Yeah. Because Crystarium, like, you know what it is too, though? Crystarium and Yulmore, like, for areas where you would chill and do stuff, are on the smaller scale, for sure. But all the other areas are ginormous. Like, Ilmeg is huge. Amarang, Lakeland, friggin' Kalusha, all those areas are gigantic. So, it's good times. And here we are. Greetings and welcome to Megathera. May I require your business? We are members of the Sessiion, the Seventh Dawn, come at the invitation of His Excellency. Of course, we have been expecting you. I will show you into the audience chamber. If you would please follow me. Sick.
To arrive? I hope we've not kept you waiting.
Not at all. Your comrade is feeling better, I trust.
Much better, thank you. Harness remedies are certainly potent, in more ways than one.
One becomes accustomed to the taste, although I hope you never have cause to do so. Pray, take your ease.
Full glad I am to see you all unharmed.
Bruh, hello? I don't know.
Valiant scions, for your heroism, you have my boundless gratitude. You cast down that dire tower and set free its hapless captives. You cleanse their souls of its corrupting influence. No words of thanks will suffice. In place of platitudes, I offer a bounty of warding scales.
I have no idea. I haven't logged out since, so you have to just log in and see.
Pray accept your due reward, along with the goodwill of Radzatan.
Alchemists throughout the land were put to work in the forging of your talismans. The finished ones have been collected, and now await you at the high crucible of Alchemia. Present this letter when you are ready to take them into your possession.
Okay.
We are humbled by your generosity. Know that the inventive wisdom of Radzatan will be vital in restoring serenity to our star.
Every single one of those scales came from you, didn't they? You must still be in such pain.
'Tis of no moment, a mere annoyance compared to the dreadful suffering inflicted upon this land and its people.
Hello?
Albeit brief, my involvement in the Dragonsong War afforded me a glimpse of the myriad sorrows which consumed both dragon and man. Though you were half a world away, such tragedies as befell your kin must have affected you deeply. And yet, you chose to live among men.
In the age when that conflict first bloomed, my choice had already been made. In some distant place, man slew dragon, and dragon slaughtered man. Yet no hate could I muster for those smiling faces which did look to me for guidance. Not even my brother's righteous rage could rally me to his cause. I huddled here, secret and still, hoping against hope that which I had built would remain untouched by the chaos and carnage.
Twould seem we share the same desire for peace, great Vritra. To that end, I wonder if we might trouble you with another question. The Telophoroi are intent on recreating the final days, an apocalyptic event which we know to predate the sundering of the star. As the longest lived among us, know you aught of this terrible cataclysm?
That's a good point, actually.
Nay, when war and strife drove my sire from his home, he crossed the great expanse with only our unhatched eggs as company.
So nobody knows what the final days are besides them? Okay.
He alighted upon a shattered source, its 13 reflections long since scattered beyond the rift.
We're chasing this concept down and nobody knows what it is. Like, this is making me believe less and less often that the recreation of the final days is actually not a thing. It's a recreation of something.
Preceding his arrival, he knoweth naught, save that which Hydralin hath deigned to disclose.
I see. So again, 'tis the inscrutable Hydaelyn to whom you must look for answers.
Mm-hmm.
Seek you to divine the will of this star? If so, I have a tale which may afford you some small comfort. 'Tis a story from my youth, many, many years ago. which Midgardsummer did reply, "'Twas the last bastion of hope."
We've heard that before.
He believed so long as Hydaelyn endured, so too might dragonkind. Solemn and portentous were his words. What deeper meaning they held, I could not, dared not pursue. 'Tis a stone I've left unturned ever since. Yet take you solace in the knowledge that whatsoever Hydaelyn does strive towards, 'tis an ideal which hath earned my sire's conviction.
Thank you, Vritra. You've given us warm reassurance in a world gripped by cold uncertainty.
While I'm sure we all have a great many questions, I think it's time we collect the talismans and be on our way. Our fight against the Telophoroi is far from finished.
We must take our leave, but please do inform us if we can provide any further assistance.
Prithee, a moment.
Okay.
There is one whom my sire hath judged worthy of honor and respect. The one known to men as Eorzea's champion. This hero of renown and rumor, 'tis thee. I knew it to be so. From man and dragon alike have I learned of thine exploits. 'Twas a revelation most pleasing that thou, a child of man, had gained Midgardsummer's trust. But alongside mine elation runneth a rivulet of dread. For upon thy life's reel wind too many threads of fate, power, weal enmeshed with woe. Amidst this tangled knot thou shalt know no rest. 'Tis an endless confluence of forces, a struggle without surcease. More terrible still is the attrition wrought upon thy companions, as they are swept up in the storm of thine existence.
Oh, crap. Oh my god.
Take heart and protect them well. They will be your strength and your salvation. The hope thou wilt need come the end.
This definitely is this is like a sign that, like, reflecting upon everyone who we've lost since the beginning, someone is going to be suffering through some nonsense. Like, it's gonna happen.
Even cowering behind my curtain, I know the suffering of the powerful. I have watched my siblings driven mad by loss.
That's another hint right there too.
Thus do I exhort thee to spare no effort to keep thy loved ones safe.
Oh god.
Apologies. We hadn't meant to interrupt.
Give me like 1 minute.
It's just that we do have a history of suddenly collapsing, and when you didn't follow us out...
'Tis I who must apologize. I have detained your champion overlong with idle chatter. Go. At war's end, I pray I welcome thee back into my hall, where together with thy joyful comrades, you may toast your triumph.
Okay. I understand that. I really do. That's kind of chaotic. What's up, Amvis? Bro, how you doing, man? How are things going? Oh, man. We've been live for almost 11 hours. Yep. Okay, cool. Just making sure. Hey, man, I'm doing good. Dude, I'm just playing the greatest game a man has ever made. So, you know, we're out here just vibing. It's been a good time. Daisy, if there's ever a cutscene happening where there's voices happening, I don't look at chat. So worst case scenario, like just look it up, because most of the times like that's what I do. So, but if you haven't found Reaper yet, it's in Ul'dah. So go to Ul'dah, and then Sage is in Limsa. So go do that. Yeah, man, dude, I've been streaming since like 3 something. Yeah, I've lost track of time as to when, but we've been awake since like 3 o'clock in the morning, waiting for this game to drop, and we've been playing this game since it dropped. So we're going to be here for a very long time, and we're not even done. Like the stream isn't ending anytime soon. So like I'm here. Yeah, dude, this game is ready for literally, I'm ready for literally everything. Yeah, you know, I thought about that, but like I might have to do that like next time, or like next time I decide to like do like a playthrough of this, because I'm repeating, I'm gonna do the story again multiple times. So we'll see how that goes. Yeah. I'm expecting to do a second and maybe even a third time. Yeah, but I mean, at this point, I just want to be able to record this and then have it exist for future odds. So, you know, that's why we're here. So, eventually this will go on YouTube and all that kind of stuff too, so it'll be great. Yeah, but for right now, man, I just want to be able to enjoy this experience from sun up to sundown, and that's what we're going to do. We might honestly keep, I don't know how long the stream will go on for, but like, I have no intentions of stopping until I beat the game. And we're like 20% done. So like, here we are. Well, thank you. I've tried. I mean, like, I pretty much made sure that I was good to go for this kind of endurance. Because I was struggling up until the morning time. I mean, it wasn't really struggling. I was just like, I was letting my excitement carry me forward until it was breakfast time. Then it was breakfast time, and I was like, cool, I want breakfast. And I went into my coffee shop and I bought a bunch of stuff, and I'm here. So now we're good. I have had a coffee and a quarter. I have another coffee right here. I got another caffeine drink. I got tea. I got water. Like we literally good for a long time. So that's pretty much what we are here today. And on with the show. Yeah, man, dude, you gotta make sure. Just do what you gotta do. Enjoy your day. It's a weekend time. It's a weekend. Nothing better to do than to just enjoy life right now. And this game is gonna make me realize all the feelings that I've been waiting for released in this game, hands down. No question. Okay. Our apologies again. I hope we didn't force you to conclude your conversation prematurely. Oh, that's actually fair. I can't say that. You got new keeps that you lit. Hey, let's go. W's, let's go. I like that. I gotta get one. I want to get a W3. That's where my mind is at right now. So what were you and Vitra talking about? Nothing aside from the fact that, like, I'm that dude. Nothing. Very well, if you say so. The others have gone ahead to the High Crucible. Let's catch up to them. Like it's just a team, and Vitra's possessed of a gentle soul. I'm glad they are on our side. I honestly kind of thought that Vitra was a woman. Not gonna lie. I don't know. I wasn't really too particular, but whatever. Sweet. Joining him at the High Crucible. The attendant was kind enough to give me directions to the High Crucible. First, let us return to Mulberry Orchard. Sorry. Sorry, one second. Oh, I see. The the talisman. Okay, got it. I was just trying to figure out what are we doing. The talismans are at the High Crucible, so we're gonna go over there to pick them up and keep them moving. Got it. Okay, understood. I'm here. I could not figure it out. I was so confused. All right. I understand that mulberries are for the silkworms. Grown a stone's throw away from the Satchop's residence. It gives the quintessential Thavnarian flair, don't you think? From here, we're supposed to follow the path left and past the mulberries. Okay. This music is almost like a little sad, but it's also very calm. I'm not too sure how I'm supposed to feel. But, at least luckily, nothing has happened yet which we need to be worried about. All is well. The word Yuge apparently means bind in the local tongue, and this district is so named because it connects all the others in the city. If we manage to come this far, we shouldn't have trouble finding the High Crucible, or so I am told. Okay. With the street turned, enter the door straight ahead and descend the steps. I thought the Sessiion was confusing, but it doesn't compare to Razat Han. The architecture and decorations make it even harder to get your bearings. Anyway, let's see where this door takes us. Okay. Okay. Of all the things to be doing during the new release of Endwalker is play the trumpet? Hey, let that man rock. Phew, this seems we're on the right track. And here is the Etherology Plaza. So far so good, and there isn't much farther to go. From here we just need to cross to the other side of the hall, then pass through the largest of the two doorways. The High Crucible lies beyond. I suspect the others have already collected the warding scales, so come, let's join them. Cool. Now here's a question. I don't think it's still going to allow me to connect to the Etherite. I don't think it actually said that I could. Yes. That's what I thought. Yeah, something tells me that this is the area to be for endgame stuff, so we'll find out. Though this land hath been afforded a respite, in turmoil do many others languish still. Our work is far from finished. You took your time, got turned around, I take it. Nah. Hey, the whole crew is here, let's go. What an immense laboratory. How many such places were enlisted to help towards a warding scale, I wonder? I'm quite well naturally, as they say, the stronger the taste, the stronger the color. The more effective the remedy. With my body trying to replenish the ether aspect, however, I'm feeling rather famished. I think something of the local delicacies are in order. Hammer cuisine would be a good place to start, perhaps. Respectively so. The students have previously turned to Razat Han's alchemist for help with the analysis of various artifacts. This is how I became acquainted with Nidhana. I'm glad we can rescue her and pray she makes a full recovery. As I heard it, after you defeated Nidhogg, his scales found their way into the hands of the firmament's artisans. Steeped in power as they are, it's not surprised that they would covet it. Still, it is a strange legacy for the vengeful worm. Excellent. You're in time to hear the latest good news. Hey, let's go. We're last, of course, but at least we found the place.
These are the talismans we were promised. Yes, and I made a quick count. There are far more than we could have hoped for. Enough to outfit an entire company of soldiers, in fact. Considering the involved process, that they were able to manufacture so many in such a short span of time is nothing short of a miracle.
Once we have distributed them to our allies in Eorzea and the Far East, we'll have a fighting chance to bring down the other spires, just as we did with the Tower of Zot.
Or we could use them to invade Garland proper, and strike directly at the Telophoroid's base of operations. Of course, we would need to consult with various Alliance leaders before such a drastic measure could even be contemplated. To which end, I could set out forthwith and present the idea to each of our allies in person.
Pray allow me to undertake some few of those journeys. I find myself restless and in need of purposeful duties.
I can head eastward. Bosnia and Dalmasca are just a short hop from here. And Doma's shinobi network should come in handy for passing on the word.
We shall share the burden then. Meanwhile, I think it best that you and the others take the talismans back to the Baldessian Annex. We must keep them safe and secure until we've decided upon a course of action.
We're going back to Charlie with these? Okay.
Please, I must speak with you.
Nidhana, what is wrong?
Nidhana? You're awake?
Yes. When I spoke with the carer at my bedside, she told me that one of the Scions, a young woman, had cleansed me of the tower's corruption. It seems I'd been asleep ever since the treatment. But when I awoke and learned you were all still here, I knew I had to come.
As you said, Nidhana was captured only recently. Such a brief exposure is swiftly cured, so I tended to her before we gathered at Megaduta.
And I am truly grateful that you did. I cannot thank you enough. All of you, for everything you've done. Destroying the tower, rescuing our people. You've saved Thavnair from an awful fate.
Yet who hath truly saved whom? Due in no small part to thine inspirational courage, the alchemists were successful in reproducing warding scales of proven efficacy. Replications of thy work now stand ready to travel across the seas, unto the hands of those who might wield them against this rising evil.
The talisman? Is this true?
That charm is really pretty.
Oh, I was so groggy from sleep. I didn't even think to ask. Oh, our great work sent across the seas. It was worth it. Oh, it was all worth it.
Oh,
Look at that! Its color is completely changed.
What do you have there? How unusual. I wonder if the effect is a reaction to Akasha.
I'm afraid I'm not familiar with that term.
Akasha? It is one of the unseen energies defined by Harnish alchemical theory.
Though a gross oversimplification, some describe it as an essence influenced by feelings.
You imply that it is distinct from ether?
Foreign scholars often conflate the two, but we see them as separate concepts. Ether is an energy which permeates the land. It exists within animals, objects, even the air we breathe, affecting all through which it flows. Akasha, on the other hand, exists in a domain beyond our reach. A gift bestowed from on high, or torn from the heavens in some traditions. Akasha can neither be created nor destroyed. It is beyond our power to purposefully alter or manipulate.
Literally matter.
The only thing observed to influence it is an abundance of, I want to say, spiritual emotion. As a veteran of the battlefield, surely you've experienced moments of desperation or exaltation when you've transcended the usual limits of your capabilities. That is a manifestation of Akasha, the invisible essence harnessed by heart, mind, and unyielding spirit.
I really must hear more about this theory. Our disciplines are based entirely upon the idea that ether is the fundamental form of all energy.
I'm glad my haphazard explanation has piqued your interest. But even for us, Akasha is a somewhat abstract field of study. A lack of practical application lends itself poorly to formalized research. Which is why my analysis of your flower can amount to little more than idle speculation. I am sorry.
Nonsense! You have nothing to be sorry for. Your insight is much appreciated.
Shall we depart for Sessiion then? I will see to it that the talismans arrive at the Annex.
And we will be in touch once our talks are concluded. I suggest you rest while you can. From here onward, sleep is bound to be in short supply.
That was very nice. Honestly, it really does. Okay, I'm gonna let the teleport do its thing. I'm gonna be right back. I gotta use the restroom. Alrighty. It's good to be back with the fruits of our labors safely in storage. For now, we have but to wait for the others to return from their respective meetings with the Alliance leaders. As Nuki suggested, you should get some rest in the meantime. Welcome back. Cryo has apprised me of your recent accomplishments. What an amazing feat to eliminate a tower and pave the way to deal with the rest. While it isn't much, I've changed your sheets and pumped your pillow. After all, there's nothing like collapsing a nice clean bed after completing a major milestone, be it penning a thesis or defeating deformed entities. So you would like to take a look at your new improved lodgings now? Yes, please. And we got bread.
Take heart and protect them well.
Oh.
Good, you're here. You haven't eaten yet, have you? We've bought quite a spread if you're interested. Only the finest dining from the last stand.
They got burgers and cookies. Ooh, and pizza. Oh. That burger looks like really... Oh my goodness. The detail is insane for an MMO.
Lest you wonder, we invited Sessiion as well. But he refused with a rather grim-faced, "No, thank you." I suspect Sharlayan cuisine is not to his liking.
Oh, I don't know about that. Perhaps our lone wolf just needed some time apart.
I love the crowds like...
What? To perfect his brooding stare? Next time, I'll drag him out by the ear, sit him down in front of a Sharlayan feast, and see that he eats every last bite.
Bruh.
An excellent idea. Of all people, warriors must take proper meals and rest, if they are to maintain a healthy constitution.
Poor Sessiion, beset on all sides.
Speaking of one's physical condition, Mistress Cryle, I hear you recently played literal host to Hydaelyn herself.
And what an experience that was. Tiring, yes, but no lasting harm done. If anything, I should have liked to speak with her longer. I've not felt a hint of her presence since.
Hydaelyn instructed you to carry that flower, yes? Twill be your guide, test and proof of your conviction. And then something about seeking joy in darkness, was it? Come to think of it, isn't that what happened with Nidana back in Radzat Han?
The flower did seem to radiate a joyful glow, as if reflecting the elation we all felt. The relief of a people with renewed hope.
Indeed. And in turn, I felt buoyed by that radiance. 'Twas akin to spotting a beacon, and knowing we were on the right path. I know we've not yet triumphed over the Tloforoi, or learned the full breadth of the Forum's plans. But even within the midst of our struggles, we find small moments of joy to sustain us. Rare and hard-won, perhaps, but it is this pursuit of happiness that gives us the strength to carry on day after day. Hey, that's mine.
To the swift the spoils. Though I recall that levitation spell of yours was quick enough.
Only barely. And even at my best, I'm still too slow to wield it effectively in battle. Mayhap I simply require more practice with this new magic.
You unearthed it from the depths of Numenon, I presume?
Aye, and from a veritable mountain of arcane tomes at that. 'Twas necessary to facilitate my solitary explorations.
Or, to put it simply, you used it to sneak around the Forbidden Archives.
Yes, well, after a fashion. They're tall, you see. The shelves, they're too tall for me. And I could hardly move the library's platforms without attracting attention now, could I?
Oh!
Yeah. This is perfect. Like, this whole experience is perfect.
I'm not that ambitious. But 'tis pleasant to idle away the hours every once in a while.
Huh. Yellow than green? Oh my F, man.
Ah! Enjoying the bracing cold, I see. Do you not own a warm coat or a cloak? Something in fur? Or fashioned from the skins of your enemies? Or... well, never mind that.
This music, though?
I come to you once more as the bearer of bad news. Our tower in Thavnir has been toppled, and I need not tell you by whom. Given how many we have at our disposal, the loss of a single spire is hardly fatal to our plans. It does, however, slow the rate at which we siphon ether. If they continue to preoccupy themselves with the towers, then all will be well. But should our foe prove bold enough to strike at us here, then the timing becomes questionable.
Our foe is bold enough. Of that, I can assure you.
then, I suppose I must prepare a proper welcome. Honestly, talk of your nemesis is the only thing you seem to enjoy. Does nothing else spark your interest?
No. All else is equal. Equally tedious. Equally disappointing. The world is a tepid bog into which we sink, too weak to thrash as the mud clings to our eyes and fills our throats till we blissfully choke. But then came the light, blinding and pure and hot, so very hot, enough to set my soul aflame. I basked in the afterglow until the void yawned once more, and then I knew the muck would never claim me again. There was naught for me ahead, so I drew the curtain on all that had come before. Burn. Burn. Let the whole star burn. I will have my contest. I will reclaim my moment.
Why is this so sad?
How wonderful that the emptiness of death has not dissuaded you from committing your life to its pursuit once more. I don't know whether to envy you or pity you.
You question my disinterest, but what of yours? Despite your noisome antics, I sense you take little pleasure in this endeavor.
Mercy, my lord. Such pointed barbs from one who barely acknowledges my existence. Nevertheless, you are mistaken. For I do find this part somewhat enjoyable. You see, when I was mortal, I would always have the same dream. It was a fragmented thing, disjointed, all the faces incomplete. The setting too was unknown to me, so I thought it simply a fantasy of my sleeping mind. Until one day, I realized it was showing me the truth. Much as your dream of the final days enlightened you. And soon, very soon, the rest of the world will see the truth of my dream, too. Yes, I think that is something we can both enjoy.
Xenos is yearning for the final days, but Fandaniel wants something else. That is what I'm getting the impression of. For what it was worth, yeah, it's cool. I'm so curious. Xenos gave me this impression that like he wasn't really too concerned about anything except for the final days. Meanwhile, like, you know, they have an objective of using the towers to create something, yes. But Xenos only cares for the rivalry between us and him, which I get. But then, of course, I wonder then what exactly is it that that Fandaniel wants, because it's not actually it's not just the recreation of the final days. There's something else he's missing. Well, We'll find out. Grati, we're having a play and cry. Oh, well, we'll find out what happens now. There you are, feeling fresh, I hope. I was about to make my way to the studio as it happens. I wanted to try and speak with the scholar Montekine and thank him for coming to our rescue in the Rasha. As it turns out, he'd come here to see us following the hearing, only to find that we'd already departed for Thavnir. Knowing him, he was probably hoping to chew the cud with his former students. Since we're still waiting for Yashila and the others, I thought now the perfect time to pay my visit. Care to join me? It's settled. The twins will be coming too, assuming Alphino can tear himself away from his new toys. I'll let you rally the troops while I go on ahead to Phenomenon. Considering my recent impropriety, perhaps I should avoid showing my face around the studio for a time. That might be for the best. If the others should return, tell them we will not be long. It's pretty fair, actually. Your father can master these Phoenix contraptions, so okay. Oh, wow. Heading out for a stroll. Well, actually, we're gonna go see Master Montekine because, you know, the Scholar himself was here. In that case, what are we waiting for? I, too, am eager to see him, though I somewhat dread the thought of visiting the studio. I dare say our notoriety precedes us. Alphino, of all the people worrying about over his reputation, and at our alma mater no less, will wonders never cease? You'll understand soon enough. Off we go. See that sculpted picture above the entrance? Yes. That's the Mark of Thaliak, the scholar, bearer of the waters of knowledge. It's no exaggeration to say that Charlene himself is one enormous shrine to him, and that's especially noticeable here in the studio. It feels only like yesterday when I first walked through these doors. Oh my gosh, this music. Scheming. Here it is, Phenomenon. While I expect you made note of it before, one can hardly miss it. This is the first time you've been here on official business, correct? While most of its space is taken up by the expansive auditoriums, it also houses numerous laboratories, testing grounds for experimental magics, and a host of administrative offices and so forth. As the center of what would later become the Studium, it was established to promote the study of ethereological phenomena, hence the name. Though with ether being a fundamental aspect of nature, its scope expanded to include every conceivable facet of life and even the universe itself. And then in the 432nd year of the 6th Astral Era, Phenomenon was decreed complete and the Studium officially opened as a place of learning. With a long and storied history, it is without question the world's leading authority in ethereology. The arcane, the occult, the astromancy, the countless other fields standing proud as Charlene's foremost educational institute. Nice. You always did enjoy giving the grand tour to the students. Indeed, I've long since lost track of how many times he has recited that same foppish speech. Such is an undying love for his old stamping ground. He was in top form back then, youngest to enter the Studium, graduated with the highest honors in magical arts and ethereology, undisputed champion of the debating chamber. Hold on, you both joined the Studium at the same age, yes? And from where I stand, you're equally prodigious scholars. Nice of you to say, but Alphino actually entered half a year before me, nor did I do well enough to graduate with honors. And I am certainly not the Studium's most notorious master debater. In all respects, have I ever been in his shadow? If nothing else, just remember that this was where the legend of Alphino Leveilleur began. We should expect everyone to be fully aware of his recent escapades. Hopefully we'll be somewhat more welcome here than we were at the last stand. I know better than anyone the adoration of student body has for Alphino, and with a bit of luck, it might work to our advantage. Well, there's no time at the present. First things first, let's look for Skalak Montekine. Other faculty tend to frequent their offices, but unfortunately for us, he's fond of wandering wheresoever the winds take him. Or his winds, rather. Let's pull up as students at the Casino. The credibility that they're giving this man is very concerning. But, like, actually. Well, I'm gonna take a bunch of those. Thank you. X potions? Oh my goodness. %, max 67? Hold on. 16% max 67. Okay. I was just curious, honestly. But that was Alphino Levier, wasn't it? The Alphino Levier? And he was with his sister and Master Baldession's granddaughter. This can only mean one thing. An event of epic shattering proportions is fast approaching. Spread the word. I mean... Oh, sorry. You said you're looking for the Skalak, yes? Knowing him, he could be anywhere, but Miss Alipo should have a better idea. Huh. Go figure. Are you lost? Wandering off the street, perhaps? Wait, don't tell me. You're a trainee gleaner fresh off the guild ship. I'm right, aren't I? Oh, how silly of me. An orientation is in order. Ahem. Allow me to bid you a warm welcome to the Searcher's Meet. Let me start with a question. What is the most important thing you'll find in the studium? That's right. Books. And what's the second most important? Why, that's simple. Everything else. That's the deal we have here in Searcher's Meet. Whenever the students or tutors find themselves in need of equipment or materials, they come to us. If we don't have it in our stores, we send the gleaners out to find it. Honestly, you wouldn't believe some of the requests we get. I have Paisa, this, the tongue of Gigantoso, that, it's enough to make your hair stand on end, which is possibly what some of our students are trying to accomplish, this being a school of magic and all. As our newest gleaner, you'll have your work cut out for you, but I think you'll find it quite rewarding. The only thing I'm interested in gleaning is information for where the Skalak is located. I beg your pudding. You're not a gleaner? Then this was all an elaborate ruse? No, wait, come to think of it, you never actually claimed to be one in the first place. My mistake. He was here, but now he's not. I did speak with him shortly before you arrived, though. He said he was on his way to Maker's Meats. Go back Wednesday he came in, and you'll see on the opposite side of the entrance. It's a laboratory of sorts, home to many rare and expensive, curious, not to mention alarmingly frequent accidents. If you lose your way, just follow the blood-curdling screams. That's fair enough. In the time it's taken me to tell you all this, the scholar has probably already left. Best of luck finding him. I have a feeling you'll need it. Bruh. Always the Eliopos, man. They're always the talkative bunch. As much as we do enjoy their company. Alright. I have found a cryo. Unsurprisingly, the Skalak's not in his office. I did, however, speak with the one student who saw him not long ago, so he cannot have gone far. Yes, the Skalak was here a short while ago. He offered me advice on my current research project. Though we spoke at length, I don't recall him mentioning where he was planning to go next. When we parted ways, he went down the corridor, perhaps to one of the auditoriums? Cool. Hey, there's Montekine.
Ah, I remember you.
I pray we have not caught you at an inopportune moment. We wanted to offer our thanks for your kind words in the forum.
Well, I could hardly let that inquisition go unchallenged. I've always believed that curiosity should be nurtured, not stifled. Thankfully, a majority of my colleagues agreed. A slender majority, aye, but a majority nonetheless.
Had the vote not gone our way, we would be having a very different conversation, if any at all. Though I'd like to think you would have not given up on our cause. I'm told you paid a visit to the Annex afterwards.
Yes, that's right. I was hoping to speak with the grandchildren of my dearly departed friends Galuf and Louisoix in a less dour setting. But it seems I just missed you. I still can't believe how much you've grown. If only your grandsires could have seen the way you presented yourselves to the Forum. My, it fair brought a tear to my own eye. You must have the patience of a saint, putting up with this lot and their antics. Never mind Montoya's prize student. Luckily, I know a thing or two about managing unruly younglings. If you ever need advice, don't hesitate to ask.
If I may, there is a rather more pressing matter we wish to discuss. What can you tell us of this duty that the Forum must fulfill?
Nothing, I'm afraid. Like all humble servants of the Forum, I am sworn to secrecy.
Oh.
Or rather, I couldn't tell you if I tried. Our duty is of the gravest importance. Furthermore, if the particulars were made public, it would incite widespread panic. As such, those entrusted with this duty have been bound by an enchantment, which prevents us from speaking of such matters without the express permission of the Forum.
That's why it's a secret.
How is that even possible?
It's been some time since I last gave a lecture. Please, take a seat.
His rings, though? Bruh. School is in session. Ha ha! Anyways.
We shall begin by reviewing the fundamentals of etherology. The ether, which imbues us with life, can be categorized into three forms. Two are of the incorporeal sort, the soul and the memory. Can anyone tell me the third? Yes, very good. This is the form with which the layman is most familiar. Consumed by even the simplest of daily activities and replenished by the food and drink that sustain us, this form of ether is in constant flux. In contrast, the ether that comprises the soul is rarely subject to dramatic change. The same can be said for memory, as the two are intrinsically linked. Picture the soul as paper, and memories as words written upon it. Now, what would happen if that paper was doused with ink? The same type of ether as comprises the memories.
It would blot out everything that was written.
Hmm? Wait.
Precisely. We would be unable to recall the memories, and any activities that depend upon them would be hindered as well. In fact, this exact phenomenon was observed on a vast scale not so long ago. And what might that have been?
The 7th Umbral Calamity.
Oh.
The people of Eorzea vividly recall Bahamut breaking free of the Lesser Moon and raining hellfire down upon the realm. But no one could seem to remember the events that followed immediately afterwards.
Indeed. To this day, we have yet to determine whether it was an unintended consequence or a deliberate act. The enchantment which binds me and the rest of the Forum is based on a similar principle. And yes, it is a contravention of the Charlian prohibition against the practice of memory manipulation. Only when a new member is inducted and told of our great duty are they subjected to the process.
Right, so ultimately what it is that the ink that's covering the words is basically shadowing the fact. But if you remove it, then he can't reveal it, but that's basically what... Got it.
Unnecessary evil.
Okay.
You have my word that it would never be used to manipulate the populace?
I should hope not. But can this enchantment be dispelled and your memories restored?
If 9/10 of our members give their approval, then the process may be reversed. Then, and only then, would we be able to speak freely to others of our sacred duty. Barring that, we must wait until we return to the ethereal sea. For there we will be purified, the blots upon our souls washed clean. And our memories drift apart and dissolve, rather defeating the purpose, I suppose. But there are those memories that are indelibly etched upon our souls, some believe.
What happens after that?
We are reduced to pure ether, coalesce with that of others, and create souls anew. Alternative schools of thought assert souls remain whole and return to the corporeal world, reborn into another form.
Right, because like different ink on paper, same form, but yeah, okay. I get that.
Both theories have their proponents. Personally, I consider each equally probable. Well, I think that's enough education for today, now that I've given you some food for thought. Or rather, an entire banquet.
Yeah, there's a realization, something about the soul and the memories that are formed that can have a lot of different implications. Yeah. I mean, I'm wondering who we're thinking about, though, in particular that this is affecting, but there is at least somebody that is coming to mind.
I would remind you that although I'm unable to assist you with certain matters, the resources at my disposal may still be of use to you.
I wonder if somebody in the forums, like Soul, I don't know.
I'll arrange for you all to be given the run of Phenomenon. Of course, as associate to our alumni and the students of Baldessian, this privilege is extended to you as well, my friend. Oh, and I suggest you speak with Key Aliapul. She's well known among the artisans of Sharlayan, and her network of contacts may prove useful in your search for knowledge. I wish you all the best in your pursuits, wheresoever they may take you.
While Scholar Montekine is best known for his role as the head of Stadium, he said to be one of the finest mages Sharlayan has ever produced. Having seen for myself the ease with which he weaves extraordinarily complex and powerful magic, I have no reason to doubt the claim. No, sorry. Some of my earliest memories are of Scholar Montekine. Actually, he was a close friend of my grandfather. He would comfort tea and amaze us with his tricks, much like his demonstration with the paper and ink. He's a huge part of why I wanted to enter the studio in the first place. Nice. Well, that's given me much to mull over. I feel as though we're one step closer to understanding the forum's true motives and the mysteries of life itself for good measure. It's funny, I came here with the intent of expressing my gratitude, only to leave more indebted than before. I have a feeling his friendship and support will be a great boon to us in days to come. On that note, let's head back to the annex. Perhaps on the way you could better acquaint yourself with Key Aliapo as the scholar suggested, while I share our findings with Raha. I can just imagine. I saw the Sonic the Hedgehog character just passing by. It's just like, imagine them talking to Sonic, like, yeah, anyways. Okay. It seems I've done an adequate job of relating Scholar Montekine's message to Raha. Given his experiences in the field of souls and memories, he had no trouble understanding it. That's cool. Well done, Raha. You burn out like your guard down around Key. One small favor becomes another and then another. Before you know it, you'll be running to the other side of the world in search of a bottle of wine or some other rubbish. Then again, it might make for a welcome change of pace from our usual heroics, and as the scholar said, it could also lead to interesting discoveries. Having spent most of my time in Thavnia, I've yet to fully grasp the lie of the land here in Sharlayan. Even finding my way to the annex provided a challenge. Estini returned not long after we departed for the studio. A shame that he missed a chance to attend our lecture with the scholar, or perhaps not. No, he definitely was not going to have it if he was still around for the thing. Oh my goodness. Okay, give me a second. Restroom break. Alright. Back at it. Bro, it's been 12 hours. It's been 12 hours and that's actually kind of crazy. Okay. Oh, welcome back. From what I hear, your trip to the Studium proved most educational. While you were away, I received word from our fellow Scions. As expected, news of the warding scales was met with much joy. Preparations are now underway to bring leadership of the Grand Companies of Eorzea and the Eastern Alliance together to determine a way forward. Our friends have asked that we bring the scales in our possession to Limsa. Okay. Why? So the time has come for us to go on the offensive. It's too early to say for certain, but that does seem to be the way the winds are blowing. I, for one, can think of no reason to oppose such a plan, but let us see what awaits us in Vilbrund. Let's start by getting our scales out for storage. Give me a hand, would you, Sessiion? He's like, what the fuck am I doing here? Alright. Phew, I didn't realize these crates were so heavy. I shouldn't complain though. Vritra and the alchemists of the great work put their heart and soul into each and every one of these scales, so you must treat them with the utmost care. No, you're not coming with us. As much as I would like to escape the Forum's watchful gaze, I have little choice but to stay behind. We're already on thin ice, and if I, in my capacity as our official representative, were found to be consorting with foreign powers, well, you can imagine how that would go. I shall remain here and do my utmost to avoid ruffling any more feathers as I await word from Master Matoya and our other allies. With luck, well, soon have enough good news for our own to share. The tide is about to turn. I can feel it. To Limsa. Bruh, how long has it been since I've been here? Oh look, it's a... Already an alt was made. Ah, I was told to expect you. As you may or may not be aware, the Admiral is at present entertaining the Elder Seedseer and the Sultana, three of the most powerful women in the world in one room. Do you need a moment to prepare, or shall I show you to them? Let's go talk to the three goddesses of the nation. I'm ready. My apologies for calling you away from Charlian at such short notice. On the contrary, we are honored and grateful, and pleasantly surprised to be joined by such esteemed company. 'Twas only right that this discussion be conducted in person. We are locked in a war of attrition. Our forces struggle to contain the threat posed by the towers, and it's only a matter of time before we are overwhelmed. Victory will only be claimed through decisive action, and we have taken the initiative to set the wheels in motion. It is reassuring to learn we are all in accord. But might I ask what your plan entails? It hinges entirely on the warding scales and our ability to utilize their potential to the fullest. During your time in Charlian, the allied nations have been engaged on separate fronts with no end in sight. To make matters worse, a surge in abductions of kobolds, Sahagins, Ixal, and Ananta have all given rise to an increasing number of primals as well. But your triumph in Razadhan has given us cause to hope once more. Has given us hope to... What? Yeah, I was right, okay. The time has come to free ourselves of this menace, and it's you, the Scions of the Seventh Dawn, who have shown us the way. While the bulk of our forces will continue to hold the Telophoroi at bay, we will dispatch our finest to strike the enemy's heart. Ooh, we're going to Garlemald. These brave few will be the Ilsabard contingent. I completely botched that. To think such progress has been made in so short a span. Its objectives are twofold. The first is to provide aid to the people of Garland. As previously reported, countless Imperial soldiers and civilians have been tempered, robbed for their free will. They serve the Telophorus every whim without question. They, too, are victims. It is our duty to deliver them from their suffering, not for strategic and political gain, but it's because it's the right thing to do. I do not ask that we set aside the decades of conflict and conquest that we simply choose to forgive and forget. I ask only that in choosing to remember, we do not also forsake our compassion and morality. For without that, there can be no reconciliation, only death without end. On that, we can all agree. Our second objective is the Colossal Tower that Thancred and Oriange have served in the capital. Though its purpose remains unclear, there is reason to believe the smaller spires are merely a precursor for what's yet to come. Until the Tower of Zot was toppled, we failed to make any headway. Though the same could be said of the Telophoroi, they certainly in no rush to press further into our lands. I'd wager the Spire's primary purpose is to divide and keep us occupied while they work towards our annihilation. This would appear to be substantiated by Yashtola's analysis of the Tower's influence on the theory. This would appear to be substantiated by Yashtola's analysis of the Tower's influence on etherical currents. There we go. Based on her observations inside the Tower of Zot, the Spires siphon ether from the land, consuming it to maintain their form. However, they draw forth far more than is required for this task alone. The excess of ether remains unaccounted for, but we can be sure it is not being harnessed for our benefit. It wouldn't surprise me at the least if it was being redirected to the larger spire in the capital. There is a logic in that. Regardless, once we have uncovered the truth, we'll bring their schemes crashing down along with their infernal towers. That's all well and good, but what would you have us do? I assume it's more than handing over the scales and being on our way. We want you and your scales to join the Ilsabar contingent. Consider it an official request from both the Grand Company of Eorzea and the Eastern Alliance. Do you accept? Perhaps you should be the one to answer that. For honor and glory. Couldn't have put it better myself. Y'shtola, Thancred, and Oriange have already pledged their support and are on their way to meet the rest of the contingent. They were positive you would come to the same decision as they did. Luckily, for all involved, their prediction was correct. Once you have delivered the Warden Scales to Alamigo, the contingent will embark on its journey to Ilsabar. Roban and Lord Emmerich are overseeing preparations, so I suggest you make yourselves known upon arrival. Pack warm clothing, furs, and the like. Without it, the cold will do you in before the Telophorus so much as draw steel. As for us, we'll keep the enemy busy while you're gone. They're not the only ones who can create a diversion. Now go, safe in the knowledge Eorzea will be as you left it, or better, upon your return. Bruh, I don't even remember. I love the fact that they're making us kind of just traverse all over the place. I think that's actually really cool because it doesn't leave any location unturned, which is great. Well, on the bright side though, I can fly here. I must quiz Thancred and Oriange on the conditions we can expect in Garland. I know it's cold, but how cold? Will I need to keep my ears covered? They can be a bit sensitive at times. Sorry, I low-key just wanted to check and see if there was anything going on in Duty Finder, and amazingly enough, there is nothing. That's remarkable. Good stuff. I'll admit, this is all rather daunting, though quite not in the way I was expecting. We'll be standing shoulder to shoulder with our Alliance's finest, the best of the best, the warrior of light, and well, me. It's silly, I know. Perhaps this is my way to talk to myself from the part I should be worried about. Marching into Garlemald. If Emmerich asks after me, say I'm getting on fine and leave it at that. Don't you dare breathe a word about the cord. Fancy meeting you here. I trust our mutual friend is settling into life as a Scion. Collaboration never was his forte. The moment the fighting ended, off he'd go, like a gale cat swept up on a strong breeze. But rest assured, he will always be there when you need him. Probably. You know, I'm quite looking forward to seeing who's been selected for the XIV contingent. I have a few people in mind. Care to make a friendly wager? I think it's time we all go in. The Wanderer's return. You've been busy bringing down a tower and producing the keys to destroying the rest of them. You should be proud. Those warding scales of yours are what's made this whole venture possible. Will you and Lord Emmerich be leading the contingents? Regrettably, no. Our role is to organize the various delegations into a cohesive unit. Once we have seen you all off, it's back to our respective posts. We dare not neglect our duties for too long, lest our diverse efforts fall into disarray. And just between us, there was a fair amount of opposition to the formation of the Ilsabard contingent. The very suggestion that we send out some of our finest troops behind enemy lines to render aid onto the Garleans has made me rather unpopular in certain quarters. Can't please them all. Sadly not. Though I do my best. Truth be told, I'd much rather be at your side, charging into the fray. Alas, I've battles of my own to fight, where words may serve me better than any blade. I hate to say it, but Lord Emmerich's struggles mirror my own. For the time being, the best we can offer you is the peace of mind from knowing Eorzea is in safe hands. As you fight the good fight in Ilsabard, I and the other commanders will do what we can to convince the naysayers that our cause is just. Thank you, both of you. We meet again. Oh! Much as a curse since we parted ways in the world, from what I gather, the protective talismans you obtained led to the formation of this expeditionary force. My contribution on this occasion is but a minor one, that being the information I have shared with Maxima. For the sake of the people of Garlemald, may the fates be on your side. So you're not coming with us? Strange, I thought you'd have a stake in this. I do. The Taloforoi have laid waste to my homeland and enslaved my people. But though every mote of my being cries for vengeance, I cannot be the one to deliver it. My presence alone would place the entire mission in jeopardy. I stand accursed of murdering Emperor Varus and plunging Garlemald into chaos. Were I to travel with the Ilsabard contingent, it would give my countrymen ample cause to question our motives. Conversely, those who believe me innocent may instead celebrate the return of a former Delegates and attempt to raise me into a position of leadership, further destabilizing the region and complicating the contingent's mission. Whether I am a branded villain or hailed as a hero, I would only hinder your efforts. We will deliver your people from harm. Got you, dude. Sorry about that. That was Resident Evil 8. Okay. We are here today. For what it's worth, you have my gratitude. You and your comrades have the strength and courage to deliver my countrymen, I am certain of it. In light of Gaius' rather unique circumstances, I instead will assume the role of your guide. Though I may have defected for political reasons, my love for Garlemald endures. I would stop at nothing to protect her and her people. Well said. May I ask you to escort our friends inside? You might even bump into an old acquaintance or two, and if I don't see you again ere you depart, may the Fury guide and protect you, all of you. Okay. Sorry, package downstairs? I'm gonna go grab that because I think it's Resident Evil 8. So I'm gonna real quick go get that. Also, sorry, there's a car outside. I did not get an email. At least I haven't checked about it saying about 14, but I'll honestly have to check and see. But I'm gonna just take 2 seconds to open this up, see what's in here, and then we can keep on going in the 14 story. So 2 seconds. Yay! Came in good condition. I mean, it looks good so far. I honestly appreciate that it came in the original packaging as well. Nothing looks off in terms of like functionality and design. Alright, sorry about that. Back into it. I did not check if I got my email for 14 being shipped or not, but honestly, you've been getting better luck with things being shipped to you than me. I have not even gotten my Alexander shirt yet, so. But I mean, I can check. Let's find out. Because as far as I'm aware, I still have not gotten that, that confirmation. Oh, actually, yes, I did. Let me see. Oh, okay. I mean, December 10th is not a big deal. Literally a week from today, it's fine. Yeah, it was supposed to come out on the 7th. Once I was Endwalker, but we had to face challenges. Yeah. I mean, I'm glad that they're keeping me in the loop. But, like, as long as they're still working to make sure that, like, the delivery for it is good, then, like, I can care less. As long as I get the copy of the game, or of the box, and it's also in, like, the condition it's supposed to be in, I'm not in any kind of rush. Like, I don't need it today, I don't need it tomorrow. I got Resident Evil, so I got that one. That's good. But everything else, it's not going, I'm not going anywhere, so. So, yeah, here we are. Plus, we still got a whole game to play, so, like, I don't even have time to look at the box. But again, I do appreciate, though, that they keep us in the loop of it, so that's actually, like, a very nice W for them, to kind of let us know that this is happening. And if I think they're apologizing, too, it's like, listen, people are not going to be mad. People are just honestly overly happy that this game is out, period. So, here we are. Okay. Maxima would have you meet your new traveling companions. And we get a present. The other members of the Ilsabar contingent are gathered in the royal palace. I shall inform them of your arrival, so please make your way inside as soon as you are ready. Okay. Regardless of how my countrymen receive you, the cold will not treat you kindly. Underestimate it at your own peril. Okay. The remaining members of the Scions, your friends and most of the Ilsabar contingent await you within. Would you like me to see you through? Yes, please. Hey, let's go. Oh, look, it's Colossal. Yo.
Glad you could join us. I hope you don't mind, but we went ahead and started without you.
As you can imagine, our traveling companions were eager to become acquainted. 'Tis a rare thing indeed to see such a diverse and talented group of individuals assembled for a single purpose. We fight not only for the sake of Eorzea, but for the entire world, including the people of Garland. Much rides on the efforts of the Ilzabard contingent.
Indeed, which is why I am glad to find myself in the company of many trusted comrades, yourselves included.
It's so good to see Lucia. So good. Sorry. 1 second. There we go. Okay.
Lucia. I have come at the behest of Lord Emmerich, who has honored me with the role of Ishgard's representative. And for the good of all nations, not least my former homeland, I am determined to see this mission through to its end. We have a hard road ahead of us, but walk it we shall, together.
We too welcome this opportunity to work together once more. I have faith that, if there is a way to resolve this conflict, we will find it.
Sorry, give me 1 second. Just trying to... Do, 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 do. Okay.
Allow me to introduce you to the rest of our company. Everyone! If I may have your attention.
Let's go. The squad is all here.
Might I ask you to speak first?
If I must. I am Arun Senna, spokesman for the Gridanian delegation. Here on behalf of my esteemed sister, the Elder Seedseer, we shall provide support and protection to those in need during our time in Garland. To that end, I am joined by healers selected by the Conjurers Guild, with the Order of the Twin Adder's Finest serving as our escort.
Okay.
Of course, with an experienced white mage such as yourself accompanying us as well, those requiring more involved treatment will be in safe hands. Raya O sends her regards, by the way. Suppose I'd better say my piece.
What? Okay, Sickard.
Wait, I know you.
The name's Sickard, in case you've forgotten. Truth be told, I'd rather you had forgotten. Anyway, the Admiral asked Captain Hillfield to send his best, and for whatever reason, he picked me. Of course, if I'd refused, I'd be the laughing stock of the bloody executioners, and my reputation's taken enough of a keyhauling as it is. But more importantly, like any pirate worth his salt, I know when you're staring down a storm, you've got to trust in the commander of your ship. So if the Admiral wants us to go to Garlemald, not for plunder and glory, but the promise of peace in our time, then that's what we'll do. Since we all know how much the Empire loves its steel, we thought we'd bring along a few smiths to make the most of it. Give them a pile of scrap and they'll cobble together anything you fancy. Of course, just like the Gradanians, we got fighters of our own. We might have come with a more constructive purpose in mind, but we're more than capable of cracking skulls, believe you me.
I love his energy right now.
Well, you're certainly raring to go. Then again, so are we. The most dependable warriors of Uldar and Alamigo have assembled at the Sultana and General Aldin's behest. If Garland has truly fallen, then the whole place is likely to be crawling with Telophoroi. We'll need plenty of troops to clear and hold a path for others to follow. That's where we come in. Naturally, Marshal Terrapin and I will be leading from the front. It's been some time since I last saw you in your element on the battlefield. From what I've heard, you've become pretty fearsome yourself. Master Matoya, the avatar of destruction. With comrades like these, I know we'll succeed, no matter what awaits us. And then we might finally get a chance to enjoy a good long rest. But until then, let's give it our all.
As for Ishgard, we Temple Knights have come in force to uphold our nation's commitment to the peace and welfare of our allies. The bitter cold of Garlemald is a formidable enemy in of itself. Our experience fighting in ice and snow will prove invaluable in the days ahead. Accordingly, I have been designated commander of the Ilzabard contingent. I will do all in my power to provide you with the leadership and guidance you require.
Lucy's the leader?
The four high houses, House Hylinart foremost among them, have arranged for a host of machinists to join us on our mission.
We got the boy?
Their knowledge of Imperial Magitech is sure to be a great boon. They will address any problems of a technical nature, together with the smiths of Limpsa Lomitsa. There is another awaiting introduction.
Lord Amonale!
What? That's sick.
Ah, yes. Emonale de Forton, at your service.
Oh, I'm concerned now.
Lest there be any misunderstanding, I should stress that I've not become a fearsome warrior while you were away. Rather, far from it, actually. My brother, in his infinite wisdom, decided this would be an excellent chance to make something of myself. Oh, and fight for world peace and all that. But, should the opportunity arise for a spot of ballroom dancing, I will be your twinkle-toed gentleman of light.
Respect.
Huzzah! I cannot wait to regale Honohua with my tales of daring do.
Bro, they can't do my man dirty though, right? Right?
I believe that concludes introductions for the Grand Company of Eorzea. Our allies from the Eastern Alliance were due to arrive some time ago, but it would appear they have been delayed.
Oh, Heen and
Would that be
Yugi?
the shinobi of Doma?
Mm-hmm.
Actually, they've been tasked with relaying messages back and forth between the various Eastern nations. According to Lord Hien, however, an equally capable company of warriors has been sent in their stead.
Out of my way, you preening fool!
We got Fordola in the business? Oh, we got the... Never mind, duh. Fordola, Jesus. Alright. Okay. Oh, Cyrena.
We are the delegates of the Eastern Alliance.
Oh, Cyrena. Low-key Bay.
Cyrena, and you've brought company.
Bruh. The people of the Dashing Naran, bro, we got to go the in.
For battle and blood we come, as the steppe is sorely lacking in both. No towers befoul our lands, so we marched on those of Doma, only to find them beyond our reach. But now our thirst for slaughter will be slaked. No quarter to the enemy!
Sadu Hatum, no. We go to make peace with the Iron Men, not war.
Warriors of the steppe, we've heard many tales of your bravery. We welcome you as allies. And these other ones you have brought are...
Members of the Dalmascan resistance group, Lente's Tears.
Okay.
And the Bosnian resistance. Between them, they have a wealth of experience in espionage, and are particularly adept at infiltrating Imperial facilities. Which is fortuitous, since Garlemald's domain is so vast that I could never hope to handle reconnaissance duties all by myself.
Bro, this is about to be the most amazing battle of the century.
Dalmasca, Bosnia, Alamigo. All lands which have suffered the tyranny of the Empire. I would never presume to question your motives. Nevertheless, I must reiterate that our goal is to aid the victims of the Telophoroi, the common folk of Garlemald. And they are victims, make no mistake. Though I understand that many may struggle to see them as such.
You're more right than you know. For every one of us that answered the call, there were a dozen that refused. Not only in Alamigo, but everywhere we went. And who could blame them? The Empire's always been the enemy. But after seeing what we've seen, fighting and working against and with Garleans, there's no denying the simple truth. They're just people. No different from you or I. They've got their share of liars and murderers, but so do we. So do we all. Fordola, who once swore herself to Garlemald, has proven herself a trusted ally time and time again. Every Eorzean here knows Cid Garland, the Imperial defector who shared with us countless technological wonders. Gaius bloody Balesar himself is working to help rebuild Wurlit, a nation he once conquered. So you can believe me when I say that every fighter here understands and accepts that the Imperials are not monsters and are deserving of help. Or at least that they were able to put aside their feelings for the greater good. It won't be easy, but we're all determined to make this world a better place.
What lingering concerns I may have had were clearly unwarranted. I agree with everything you said wholeheartedly.
Then we are in accord. Now, let us review our strategy. To reach the Garlean capital in northern Ilsabard, we must cross the central mountain range. Fortunately, Garland Ironworks can provide aerial transport, sparing us this most treacherous part of our journey. However, attempting to fly any closer to Garlemald would attract the attention of the Telophoroi. As they appear to have seized control of the majority of the Imperial military, we must assume that includes its fleet. In addition, Garlemald possesses devices that can interfere with airship navigational systems, further discouraging an airborne approach.
Given the circumstances, the closest we dare deploy our contingent is an area between the range and the capital, the Magna Glaciers. From there, we must travel the rest of the way on foot. We will also need to bring the airships with us to ensure we can withdraw with haste. Although much of the terrain will be blanketed in snow, we should be able to make use of local roads and shipping facilities. The vast ice field will afford us an unobstructed view of the surrounding area. On the other hand, it will also allow others to easily spot us. So, it is imperative that we only make camp in positions where we can easily defend ourselves. And the airships, which must be kept safe at all costs.
Fair enough.
We cannot account for every possibility, so we must be prepared to think on our feet. We will be tested. Sorely tested, I expect. But for our homes and for our people, and a people not our own but in need, we will succeed. Spare no effort in your preparations. Once we depart, there is no turning back.
Ready. Unbelievably ready. Look at all of these people. Oh my goodness. This is the most epic maniac stuff ever. Besides the delegates assembled here, the Amalja and several other tribes offer to send troops of their own. Unfortunately, due to their physiology, many would struggle simply to survive in the harsh climate of Ilsabard. They would also likely prove tempting targets for abduction by the Telophoroi. All things considered, they can better aid the cause by bolstering our defenses in Eorzea, though their eagerness to do more has been noted. We few shall have to suffice. Ere we embark, we must distribute the warding scales to our comrades. Care to do the honors? Let's go. Warding skills for this guardian delegation, I take it. Yes, ma'am. Many thanks. These talismans may prove to be the deciding factor in the battles to come. I found myself conflicted by this foray into Garland, sent by the Empire to infiltrate Ishgard, only to throw in my lot with those whose secrets I was supposed to be stealing. Now, I lead a mission to save the countrymen I betrayed. But that is doubtless why I was chosen by Lord Emmerich. He would have me put my extensive knowledge and former ties to good use. I will not disappoint him. For the future of Ishgard, Garland, and the world at large, I will lead us to victory. Mystique, hello! Good afternoon. How are things going? Oh, thank you for the host as well. I appreciate that. How are things going? We're currently, I've lost track. I think we're like almost 13 hours into 14. Quite a bit, honestly. But yeah, that's good to hear. I'm glad. Happy Friday. How are things going for you? We've been streaming since 3:30 in the morning, I think? Yeah, something like that. But alas, here we are. That a set of warding scales I spied. Not that I would know what they look like. Wow, look at these. Sheesh. Even a layman like me can tell they're bursting with ether. All the better to fend off the tempering waves. Is that the right term? Anyway, these will give us one less thing to worry about, which just leaves the other mountain of whatever else is waiting for us in Garland. Only one way to find out, eh? And nervous or not, I'd march through all 7 hells if it gave me a chance to put Xenos back in the grave where he belongs. Bars. I hear you got something for us. Ah, them scales everyone's been talking about. Pretty little things, ain't they? I reckon they'll be worth a kill or two when this is all over, but we'll hold on to them for now. And one more thing, I know what you're all thinking. Why didn't they send Enzar instead? Buggered if I know. All the Admiral and Captain Hilford told me was they needed someone to help safeguard the future, and here I am. Can't say they haven't got a sense of humor. Of course, some of you might be wondering what good a pirate is on dry land in the middle of a sodden snow of all places. Well, me and my crew will do whatever needs doing, so let's set sail, or however that saying goes on airships. Had a doctor's appointment, totally got told you are back from your doc? I mean, okay. That's an interesting sentiment. Well, I mean, I don't mean to pry, but how tall are you? Let me know. I mean, yeah. Yes. Or yes. No question mark. No. So these are the famed warding scales. Enough for me and my men, I see. I myself am especially grateful for the opportunity to visit the distant lands. I wish to follow in the footsteps of Master Osawa and learn all there is to learn of this star we call home. Indeed, that is the primary reason I volunteered to join the expedition. To journey outside the 12's Wood, much less enter into Imperial territory, is a rare privilege afforded a Pajal. Not that I'm tagging on to see the sights. The Garlands would benefit from my hearing magics, as would our comrades should fighting break out. 4-9? Oh, I mean, man, your doctor's just being weird. Ignore that person at all costs, honestly. Just, like, please. Don't be tricked by the other doctor. I mean, same, if anything. We both gained whatever, doubted, but we're both still beautiful in the end, so that's honestly fine. Yeah, so I would not really worry too much. Also because, like, it's gonna be winter season, so, like, it's gonna be hibernation season also. So what we'll do is, you know, we'll February will kick in, you know, the snow will go away, we'll work out, and we'll have freaking rockin' beach pods, and we'll look amazing. So don't you worry about that. Enjoy eating whatever lunch or dinner you got going on today, whether it be pizza or salad or pie or, you know, water, anything. Yeah, I personally have had like 2 coffees and matcha, and I have like pizza in the background, so I'm ready to big boy up. But we'll see how things go. So, like I said, you don't gotta worry about nothing. We heard it would be cold in Garland, so we came prepared. Oh, true. We want Garland Mall to be crazy. Ooh, okay. Oh, the talismans. We are to keep these close at all times. Yes, I will see that no one misplaces theirs. Before I forget, I have a message from Sessiion. In distant lands, in time of strife, together stand, together fight. In darkness shines the light of life. Bars. I hope I've done this word's justice. Doma, like much of Author, has been plagued by the towers, yet while he could not be here, he wished to express his shared conviction. He and Inyugli labor without rest to unite the people, and with their aid will we keep the enemy at bay. And we of the Steppe and the Eastern Alliance repaid their efforts by ending this war. I think it's finally time. Do you have a wording skill for me too? I do, actually. Go figure. Thank you for this, and for going such incredible lengths for the sake of my people. Though I have little to offer in return, I would impart some advice if I may. You have been told by many to wear the cold of Ilsabard, and I cannot stress enough that this is no token warning. I will be distributing specifically made warming tinctures courtesy of the Alchemist Guild, but understand that they are no substitute for proper protection. Okay. I leave the provisioning of said protection to your discretion. Now, let us proceed to the Alamegan Quarter. While you make final preparation, I will have the pilots ready the airships. Okay. Oh, I wasn't ready for that. Okay. This is our last chance to make ready before we set forth. You needn't worry about Orianji and I. We still have what we wore in Garland Mall before. Astinian claims to be quite warm and toasty beneath his armor, and since he spent a fair amount of time up north recently as well, I have no reason to doubt his words. Most of the others will be borrowing Grand Company stock. The rest of you could do likewise, I suppose, provided you're not overly concerned with style. Not to put too fine a point on it, but I wouldn't be seen dead in one of those ridiculous overcoats. If only I had time to find something to my liking. Hark, is that the cry of science in need of a tailor right here? Is that Tataru? Bro, where does she come from? Always. But how? Mwahaha, I have my ways. Oh yes, indeed. You thought you could sneak up to Ilsabar without telling me? Bruh. Huh, nothing escapes my notice. Now you will wear these garments I've made for you whether you like it or not. I can't argue there. You never cease to amaze. But why do you need a new outfit as well? Wait, are you coming with us? What? No, of course not, silly. In all the name of fashion, rather, the pursuit of the highest quality fashion. Besides, how can I expect others to wear my creations if I've never worn them myself? True. Ah, I did have one other thing to share. Emergus and Bloomweeda have finally returned from assignments in faraway lands. They'll be staying at the Rising Stones for a while to keep an eye on events throughout Eorzea. Sick. Since they'll be running stock back at headquarters, I was wondering if I could lend a hand in Charlian. Oh, why not? You can keep Cry Company and the Valdesi Annex. Sick. Yes, we'd love to have you there, and I heard Americus and Bloomida did a fine job carrying in our stead while we were lying comatose. With them in charge of the Rising Stones, we've nothing to worry about. My thoughts exactly. Also, while I'm confident you won't go collapsing again because a certain someone who shall remain nameless isn't in a position to transfer yourself to another world. If anything similarly disastrous were to happen, I'll be well positioned to do something about it. Anyway, I've got a few things to take care of, and then I'll make my way to Sessiion. I really do hope these new clothes are enough to keep you warm and Garlemald. It's not much, but it's the only thing I can do for you, other than pray for your safe return, which I will every day. Let's not keep the contingent waiting any longer. Here are your winter woolies, handcrafted by yours truly. That's a fire coat. A frosty reception. Tataru is desperately trying to retain her composure as she prepares to see you off on another perilous journey. I'm told the airship pilot has been sent to meet you. Ah, there he is. Alright, this is where we go our separate ways. Do be careful, won't you? Ah, it's actually instance time. It's an honor to finally meet you. We are of the Garland Ironworks. Will be ferrying you and your contingent across the mountains into Garlemald. For many of us, it will be something of a homecoming. Our illustrious founder was only the most notable Imperial defector. For that reason, the company is committed to the success of this expedition. Our resources are at your disposal, and if there's all we might do to be of further assistance, please do not hesitate to ask. If you're ready to depart, I will ready the engines. Upon boarding the airship, several plans are playing in sequence. Okay. Sick. It is time.
Ilsabard, divided in twain by a vast mountain range. Those who would traverse its jagged peaks face peril at every step. But why go by foot when one can simply fly? On the outskirts of the Imperial capital, in the frozen wastes of the Magna Glacius, the winds howl in icy protest, as if to warn against further trespass.
I love that her armor is like pure white. Oh, Alize. Oh, Manulane. My lips are actually white and cold. Frosty.
We've received word from Thancred's reconnaissance party. They've sighted a detachment of heavily armed Imperials.
Survivors of the Civil War, perhaps?
Perhaps, but there is more to it than that. Maxima reports that they're led by Virgilia, Legatus of the 3rd Legion, which comprises the bulk of their number.
Oh, shoot.
However, they are also joined by several members of the 1st.
From what I recall, the 3rd Legion fought for Nerva in the War of Succession following Varus's death. The 1st, on the other hand, were under the direct command of the Emperor and rejected Nerva's claim to the throne. These legions were enemies.
Indeed. In fact, our sources claim that it was a conflict between them that sparked the Civil War. Yet now, these former foes cooperate to defend a ruined Garlemald from invasion.
then it is all but certain they have been tempered.
So, what's the plan? If me and my crew is out reaving, we charge straight in, no messing about. But that ain't what we're here for.
Quite right. Soldiers or no, they are people of Garland, the very ones we have come to aid. Direct confrontation is unavoidable. Nevertheless, we must make every effort to limit casualties on both sides. Rather than kill them, I would remove them from the field.
How so? Savage beatings, disarmament, and imprisonment?
Oh my gosh.
Not impossible, but easier said than done in the heat of battle.
Having observed the opposition, I imagine Thancred had something to suggest?
He did. He and the other scouts have already infiltrated a supply depot some distance beyond the Imperial detachment's current position. Stored within is a stockpile of Magitech armaments, and once we give the signal, Thancred's team will destroy them all. In so doing, we will deprive frontline troops of materiel, and likely force the detachment to send men to investigate.
Divide and conquer. Not a bad idea.
Once the scouts have finished their preparations, we will split into two groups. The first will form the vanguard, while the other brings up the rear with our supplies. As for the Scions, I ask that you lend your assistance where you deem it needed most. I would prefer, however, that you accompany the rearguard and be prepared to join the van at a moment's notice. Kept in reserve as our trump card, so to speak.
Meanwhile, at the Imperial Supply Depot. Good armor. Let's go.
Your proposal was well received. More specifically, they asked that we destroy the Imperial's toys in as spectacular a fashion as possible.
Miss Stoller always did have a flair for the dramatic. She's not an easy woman to please, but I shall do my best to satisfy her thirst for fireworks. All right. Once more for my peace of mind. Our first objective will be to rig the enemy's Magitech with explosives. After we've withdrawn to a safe distance, we'll detonate them remotely. Our second will be to issue a deactivation command to the automated units via the control terminal. If our calculations are correct, this signal should reach those deployed on the front line, giving our friends a much-needed upper hand. The blizzard will help us stay hidden, so let's aim to get in and out before it passes. Trust in the plan, and we should all live to see tomorrow.
In the meantime, I will relay messages back and forth as the situation unfolds. You'll forgive me if I ask again, but are you certain you wish to play the lone wolf?
Wouldn't have it any other way. Call it foolish and reckless if you like, but I'll get the job done. I always do.
Very well. I wish you the best of luck.
Ooh. This is sick.
Keep your wits about you.
It's time. We only have one shot at this.
That's sick. What? Bro, I tried to actually like. Whoa, that's so. This is so crazy. I mean, I totally messed up already, but this is crazy awesome. Oh, I realized it. Okay, okay, okay. That's so sick. Boy, that slasher scared the crap out of me. I love that I'm playing Metal Gear Final Fantasy right now. This is the most insane nonsense ever. I'm really out here playing Final Fantasy Metal Gear Solid. This is amazing. My man, today?
Must be losing my touch.
As if. Hit me. What are you doing? Oh, son of a bitch. I messed up. I didn't think it was... Okay. Okay, understood. Yep, I totally have no idea what I'm doing right now. That didn't work? That's awkward. Okay. I figured it would have worked. Alright. Cool, I can't assassinate metal. Duh. You know, I figured you can, like, unplug it kind of thing. That's what I was thinking about. I'm not gonna lie. My threat awareness is, I'm doing horrible. Alright, well, guess what? Take out Big Boy over here. Okay. I was like, what?
This is Thancred. The explosives are in place.
That is the most... I don't know why that's so cool.
All is proceeding as planned.
But it's... That's cool.
Head to the control tower. It should be to the northwest.
Understood. Have the others wait at the rendezvous point.
Bro, it's not actual Metal Gear Solid. If this was actual Metal Gear Solid, it'd be different. This is Final Fantasy Metal Gear. This is not the same thing. This is not good, man. Oh, crap. Okay, actually, we're kind of in the clear. Let's just play it safe. I was gonna try and just sneak past her and kill that guy, but I don't think I can actually do that. You can't only be hearing excuses. Listen, I'm great, alright? I can be stealthy in this game. It's not hard. He says as he gets himself caught yet again. The problem though is that like can't go in the orange circle without getting caught. Can't fight the Vanguard because that would suck. Let's see. Bro, it's really Metal Gear Final Fantasy out here. That's insanity to me. Is that a actually I can't tell. Okay. Bruh, excuse me, there's two of them? Or is it just moving that fast? Where did it go? Oh, it's over there. They both move at the same time. Okay. And then they wait. Oh my gosh. Okay. I kind of see what I'm seeing. My only concern, though, is like... Actually, boy. Okay, I mean, I'm getting it. I'm getting it. What I need to do is I have to first take out the dog. Yeah. Okay. Once that one starts moving, I can go. Patiently wait for the magic attack to turn around. Take out you. Pass out the dog. Take a chill pill. Just wait, just wait, just wait. Let's go. We in there, alright? I mean, despite some earlier whatever, in there. Next time, when I go in with my other character, zero cards.
You
Zero.
are returned, and none the worse for wear, to my considerable relief.
What news from our comrades?
They stand at the ready.
Excellent. Then let the fireworks begin.
I really Metal Gear Solid the crap out of that. That was amazing. few moments later, at the rear of Ishgard. Okay. In the rear vanguard, I'm here.
The blizzard's beginning to clear. The Vanguard should be engaging the Imperials any moment now, if they haven't already. Ishtola and the others are with them, so I'm sure they'll be all right, but... Wait! Something's coming!
Oi, oi! Looks like we ain't the only ones who sent out scouts. Keep them away from the carriages! We lose those, and we're as good as dead!
Yo, music is hype. Let's go. That's cool.
A brief respite, but stay alert. Keep the carriages safe. Nice.
A fine display, but the other carriages are still in danger. Go
Okay.
ahead. We'll hold the line.
We're the only ones still struggling. Come on, we put our backs into it then. I've been itching for a place.
What in the heck?
You lot alright back there? We're fine and ready for more. Hear that? Get to the front and turn the tide.
That was lit. That was lit. Meanwhile, on the front line. Okay, okay, okay.
was not a euphemism for enthusiastically murder.
It's nothing that won't heal in time. The trouble is, their tempering has made them utterly fearless. Subduing them would be easier if they had the capacity to submit in the first place.
Oh, by the way, the
Well,
Ether
this
Compass
is the path our young charges would have us walk, and that we all agreed to follow. You knew it would be hard, yet still you pledged your lance, did you not?
I actually figured it out like last minute. I totally forgot about that, but I figured it out when I was before coming over here, and I totally missed every single ether current. So we're gonna go back up. Go back and do that later. But thank you. You're correct. Smart boy isn't here right now.
That I did.
You know, it'd be sick if I can play as Lise. Ooh. Bro, her weapon is
That's for
ridiculous.
Gilia. Damn it. I need to help the others take her down.
There's no end to them.
I was wondering when you'd turn up.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I haven't even... I honestly want to... I don't know when people are stopping progressing through story, but I do want to... I want to go into Bojin, and I also want to do, like, MSQ stuff, so... I don't know what the plan is, though. I want to kind of, like, low-key ask Al. Can you find out for Al if what's out doing right now for me, please? If possible. Thank you. Because, like, if y'all together in group chat, I, like, totally would not mind breaking away from the story a bit, but I'm also, like...
There's no stopping us now.
I'm deeply in this.
Come on. Let's show them what we're made of.
Bro, we got a robot son over here playing Dark Knight. Let's go!
We have them now! Forward!
Pippin, are you ready? Okay, boy. What the? Virgilia? Alright, woman.
Do not fall behind!
Okay. Kind of deserve that, not even gonna lie. go, let's go, let's go. Oh, I'm so focused right now. This is like extra try hard mode. Until you bring in all the nonsense. Oh! Lovely. Haha, let's go, Saunders. Bro, she went nuts on him. Okay, Sadhu. I see you. I freaking see you. Okay. Goodness gracious.
A worthy adversary.
Not bad.
Recover. Reclaim yourself. Then we will fight again. To the death.
Sadhu Hatun.
That was the last of them.
Pain.
The day is ours, thanks to your timely arrival. What of the supply caravan? Outmaneuvered, but not outmatched. Good. Let us take the Imperials into custody and rejoin our comrades. And soon we shall arrive at the capital.
So cold and unforgiving. Thus spoke Emperor Solace as he gazed upon his barren domain. 800 years it had been since the Garleans first set foot here. Bested by the Kavosi, after centuries of war and driven from fertile southern pastures into the blasted northern wastes. In that garden of desolation, they clung to one another for warmth. Freezing, hungry, desperate, hated. The chosen forsaken. In the year 1513 of the 6th Astral Era, a young legatus named Solace single-handedly sparked the Magitech Revolution. How did he conceive the machina that feed on ceruleum? Once a common, soft-spoken soldier, how had he so quickly ascended through the ranks? Like so many others, those who knew the truth are gone. Taking in the capital with his eyes for the first time, I recall thinking to myself, far colder on the earth than in the heavens. Yes, far colder indeed. Bitterly so.
Not so much as a whisper.
The roads leading beyond the city walls would have been used less in recent years. Nevertheless, this was one of the most important gateways into the capital.
A buzz day and night with activity, aye. Merchants passing through the checkpoint, many of them stopping at the local hostelries.
Surely they cannot all have been tempered.
We can consider the question after we have made camp. If we spend any longer outside, we may well freeze to death where we stand. The tempered Imperials, too.
This will be our temporary base of operations. Secure shelter for ourselves and the injured, and dispatch scouts to survey the surrounding area.
If we're planning on staying here a while, we ought to give this place a proper name.
Well, the constant sound of ice cracking underfoot makes me think of broken glass. An apt name, perhaps. But enough of this. To work, everyone!
I actually have a theory now about what happened to them. We're gonna find out very soon, but like, I understand, I think, what happened to them. Shouldn't be long ever before we would have to encamp with so many helping hands. I was concerned the snow might hinder our progress, but our Ishgardian friends are used to working in conditions like these. In spite of the obstacles we face, our plan proceeds apace, just a little farther and we'll reach the capital itself. Still, we mustn't get ahead of ourselves. As soon as the camp has been made fit for purpose, we are to discuss a course of action with Lucia. Would you mind asking Yashola and Graha to join us in that building to the northeast of camp? Alexei and I will meet you there. Cool. A meeting? Yes, I'll make my way over once my head has cleared. In truth, I've been feeling out of sorts since we arrived. The air is thick with a palpable aura of malevolence. 'Tis the monstrous power on the horizon, jagged, hideous, unholy. Even at this distance, its presence is overwhelming. Much like the sensation I felt at the Tower of Za, only far more terrifying. Ether flows unceasingly towards it, converging into a swirling mass of unfathomable power. For a blessing, the constant chill in the air is helping to anchor my senses in the here and now. Tell the others I shall be with you in a few moments. Right, Graha got the freaking rebel coat. That man is decked out. You'll be pleased to know most of the Tempered have been quartered inside of nearby buildings and are receiving treatment as we speak. I do, however, feel no small amount of guilt in commandeering civilian homes. These occupants may be long gone, but everything is exactly as they left it. Considering the length of the time that has clearly passed since, one would expect to find them ransacked. Strangely, there are no signs of anything having been stolen. It's possible that everyone fled at the first sign of trouble, though it seems to me they left far too many useful possessions behind. Although there is no conclusive evidence, I strongly suspect they were tempered. Sorry, I was merely thinking aloud. You mentioned the meeting. I'll make my way there. I think the tempered people of Garlemald were placed inside of a tower. And the primal or the trial that we'll be dealing with in a couple bits is in fact that. And we already know who that is. And she's a fearless, crazy creature. So, we'll find out. Hell's Bell, this place is bloody freezing. I'd rather be tied to a topmast in a storm than suffer this cold any longer. Anyone will can spare a swig of rum. That'll sort me right out. The Tempered soldiers are sleeping soundly while they undergo treatment. There are too many to attend at once, but I and the other healers will see to it all eventually. This is all that remains of the term. Homes become empty husks. If this is the state of the outlying villages, I dread to think of what has become of the capital. Raban taught me a lot about the military strategy during exercises in the fringes. Coordinating units with wildly different capabilities, surveying and securing hostile terrain, that sort of thing. Now I have the chance to put his teachings into practice. Virgilia is in our care, along with the rest of the Tempered. Glory to Garlemald, they still whisper in their sleep, even as they writhe in pain. Dude. Thank you for informing the others of our meeting. When everyone is here, we will begin.
Our present situation is as follows. Efforts to aid the people of Garlemald have begun in earnest. Moreover, having entered into the capital, the Imperial Palace is within our reach.
But before we proceed further, we must learn what has befallen this city. For therein lies the key to understanding and combating the Talofaroy's designs.
I have a suggestion, if I may. Several of the Imperial soldiers we captured on the Magna Glaciers are members of the Populares and acquaintances of mine. Once we have cured them of their tempering, they should be able to give a reliable account of the events leading to the capital's downfall.
A promising idea. I will assist the healers in their ministrations. Of course, I will require a proxy of my own, assuming you can spare one.
Would you like a hand?
No, I am sure we will manage. Better that you take my place in the field. The noxious ether of this place disagrees with me, and as I shall need to draw on my own for the treatment, 'twill be prudent for me to remain within the camp.
This talk of curing the Tempered is all well and good, but I reckon the cold is a more pressing concern. All the houses round here are fitted with ceruleum heaters that could keep us warm and toasty. Problem is, the machines seem to have given up the ghost, and if we keep sitting around, freezing our asses off, we'll be next. My smiths reckon with the right parts, they can have them working again, but it won't be easy.
Understood. The machinists will assist them in the repairs.
The rest of us should either stand watch or survey the area.
We've made our presence known to the Telophoroi. They will be searching for us, if they have not already ascertained our position. That we have seen no sign of them since the battle suggests they have yet to do so. However, I suspect they may be biding their time.
Or perhaps we are beneath their notice.
In any event, we'll find no answers standing around here. Urianger, Estinian and myself have visited Garland recently, so we'll lead the reconnaissance efforts. Perhaps bolstered by a few Bosnian and Dalmatian scouts from my previous excursion for good measure.
Don't forget about us Alamegans. We have experienced scouts of our own.
Well now, this is turning out to be a rather sizable team. With such numbers, we should be able to cover a wide area with relative ease, including that surrounding the Imperial Palace. How about you, Graha? I have a feeling we'll find a use or two for that vanishing spell of yours.
'Twould be my honor to be of service, though I doubt that you of all people need rely on my tricks.
That leaves us with guard duty.
As a matter of fact, I have something else in mind for the two of you and Alphino. Between here and the center of the capital lies the Eblan Rime. I would have you search the area for survivors. Your keen sense of direction, honed in your extensive travels, should prove useful in navigating the ice fields. I have faith that you will, and look forward to greeting you on your safe return. You all have your duties. Let us make haste. May the Fury bless and keep you.
Okay. Matt Lane. Emmeline is just freezing out here. I never thought myself much of an explorer, though I suppose my adventures have taken me to all sorts of strange and distant places. With that in mind, traversing an ice field should be a simple feat. There's a self-perception that Ishgardians have lived their whole lives in the snow, but it really wasn't that bad before the Calamity, and afterwards, well, I was rarely more than a few paces from a raging fire. This dreadful place, on the other hand, is nothing but cold, cold, cold. And it's my understanding that Ilsabar was always been this way. Gods, can you imagine? Gods be good. If it was this cold with Tataru's clothing, I dread to think how we'd fare without it. I must remember to thank her when next we meet. It makes me realize too, while the people of Garland have spent their whole lives in conditions like these, they'd even be hard-pressed to survive away from the warmth of their homes. If there are any survivors, we must find them and quickly. What ho, chums? Been given something to do, have you? As it happens, I too have been ordered to make myself useful. Sounds like a rather tall order. Since you ask, we are to scour the Eblan Rime for survivors. What? Wander on the ice fields on the off chance you'll find someone? You take forever to finish the job without the benefit of my expertise, or more specifically, my telescope. Come, friends, I know just the spot to begin our search. Okay. I'll probably regret this, but we might as well humor him. The thing is that he's gonna prove useful. You know, it's just who he is. Emmeline is just designed to be like the Oshafan, like dope, but like also very, very capable. Oh, I see it. Ooh. The few buildings I can see don't appear to be residences. They may still warrant investigation, though. I'm surprised by how many wild beasts there are roaming about the place. Perhaps now that the soldiers have gone, they're free to wander and forage as they please. I spy with my little telescope a massive sheep thing, or maybe it's a cow. Not what we're after. Either way. Is that an ether current? Oh no, just went right. Other than that, it's all snow, snow, snow. Below, what do I see or you, Hillock? What? There's no mistaking it. That's a girl. What? A survivor? Show me. Over there behind that tree. It looks like she's running away from something. Surely they're not us. She wouldn't even know we're here unless she had a telescope like mine. All I can tell is that she's wearing a pale green dress, and a rather fetching one at that. Pale green? She'll be long gone by the time we get anywhere near, but we should be able to follow her footprints. I'll let Lucy know where you're heading. Oh, and take these Wilmington cues with you. No. The poor girls who chose to the bone if not on the verge of freezing to death. That's actually very thoughtful. Thank you. But you won't need some for yourself? Oh, so, but won't you? No, I'll be fine. As a man of chivalry, my honor demands I do no less. And lest we forget, the very reason we are here is to protect those in need. Now go, and Godspeed. To the northeast, okay. A trail of fresh footprints lead east. Okay. These footprints appear to be the same as those you saw previously, and they head towards the building. According to the label here, this place was used by those involved with extracting cerulean. We're getting closer, I'm sure of it. At first, we thought she'd gone into the building, but the door doesn't look to have been open in some time. She might still be nearby, so we'll keep looking around here. Then again, it's also possible that she ran right past this place. Would you mind switching up ahead? The girl in the green dress anxiously surveys her surroundings. Were you to call out her from a distance, it might attract wild beasts to your location. It would be safe to get closer first, but you must do so without drawing her attention. Oh, sheesh. Okay. Follow the girl from a safe distance. The objective will end in failure if you are noticed. Make sure to use cover such as rocks or approach being seen. Similarly, there's also an appearance of behind. Okay. Don't you dare. Wait. Will I fail if I don't catch her in time? Is that the problem? Okay, I didn't think so. Phew, still one piece. Who are you? Stay back. This house is packed with explosives. Take another step and I'll blow this place sky high. Please, we just want to talk. I'm Alphino. This is my sister Alize and our good friend. We have no intention of hurting or taking anything from you or anyone else. I give you my word. We and our comrades have come to provide aid to the people of Garland. Aid? You savages are the one responsible for all this. You did this to us. We didn't, I promise you. One of the other reasons we came was to find out what happened here, in fact. The Talophoroi are the ones to blame. They're the ones who laid waste to Garland, and they won't stop until they destroy the entire world. They are the enemy. Our enemy. On our way, we encountered Imperial soldiers who had made their thralls. Those poor souls are now in our care, and we are striving to cure them of their affliction. You are the first person we've met who isn't already enslaved. How were you able to escape the Talophorai's influence? Are there any others like you? I'm sorry, I don't want to overwhelm you, but let's start with instructions. Can you tell me your name? Licinia. My name is Licinia. As for now, I managed to stay sane. As far as how I managed to stay sane, I've been asking myself the same question. Ever since that night, and the roar, that terrible roar, and then the screams. I was screaming too, I think. I'm not sure, I can't remember. Then came the silence. Everything was still. It was like waking up from a nightmare. I thought that maybe the fighting had stopped, so I stepped outside. If your hells are real, I saw one that day. I've ran past friends, people I'd known all my life, eyes vacant, dead, staring at the sky. Others were mad and violent. I saw them struggle with soldiers, but didn't stay to watch. I fled as far as my legs would take me. Do you have any family here? Is this their home? No, this is Victor's spoils, a mansion for retired soldiers, or it was, but now me and a few others are borrowing it. As for the explosives, I was making that up. I just wanted to keep everyone safe, and I didn't know if you were The truth is, our supplies are running low. You said you're here to help. Can you? Of course. Whatever assistance we can provide, we will. Thank you. I'd better tell the others first, though. Wait here. 5 guys. Ooh. W. Good meal. This is everyone. Licinia says you can be trusted, but these are desperate times. We'd be fools to let foreign troops into our home. Having said that, were you to provide us with means of heating the place as a sign of goodwill, perhaps we can take you at your word. If that's too much to ask, then leave us be. Time to put my firewood gathering skills to use. Could you provide the spark with a little magic? We'll have a fire burning in no time when we build it under the gazebo. The what? Oh, you mean the bower? Yes, do as you will. I don't trust her. How the mighty are fallen. Sorry, I'm still finding it hard to come to terms with all that's happened. Now that you're here, though, I'm hoping things might change for the better. You know, I've worked up quite a sweat from all that running about, so I'll leave space around for the fire for the others. As you can tell, they're in a far worse state than me. We were planning to look for somewhere warmer with more food, but they're not going anywhere until we nurse them back to health, which I don't know how to do. Is there anything you can do to help them? Well, one of them don't seem well. They seem rather sick. What they need most is a decent meal. We have food back at the camp, but there's distance to consider. Okay. All's well, all's well. Who am I really talking about? Okay. Okay. I can feel my fingers again. I can treat their frostbite and their wounds, but it'll take time for the fire to do its work. Now would be a good occasion to make use of Emmeline's tinctures. The ones that can warm the body from the inside out. Would you make sure everyone gets one? The numbness is beginning to subside, though I suspect once the fire dies, it will return with a vengeance. Warming tincture? I've never heard of such a thing. No harm in trying. But tell me, have you heard aught of the city? Though calling it that seems absurd after what's happened, it's nothing but ruins now. The few buildings still standing offer no more than meager protection from wind and snow. Food production, water purification, the magic tech that sustained us has come to a grinding halt. What machina that remains operational cannot be run for the lack of cerulean. Of course, cerulean Ingens is full of that stuff. For all the good it does us, no one here knows the first thing about extraction or refinement. All is well. Yes, never better. Potion. Oh, that's what sweet libation is this? Libation is this? Is it poison by any chance? No. 'Twas a joke. Ha, if I laugh, 'tis that I may not weep. So said the poet, and alas, my tears would freeze on my cheek ere they fell. We are the blessed damned, to bear witness of the fall of the great empire, while our brethren lie dead, or live on as puppets of flesh. First came the roar, then came the roar. When morning came, Garland was no more. Bruh. In the cacophony of gunfire, explosions, and screams, with our beloved capital razed to the ground. From the rubble rose the shelved remnants, their lavish finery caked in ash as they shuffled mindlessly towards the palace, each bearing a fragment of stone or metal, and offering perhaps to the architect of our destruction. A hopeful few tried to reason with the deranged, only to be beaten for their kindness. But I knew better than to plead with the horde. I fled with my health, if not my conscience preserved. Now with my fellow cowards for our final judgment. Okay, so it just sounds like the tower came in and everything went into chaos, and then people are just all going towards the tower. They're all at the tower. That's at least the implication that I'm getting out of this. So, what do you want? Potion. A tincture? May as well drink it, I suppose. I got like a little radio here too. Remember, they made it explicitly clear that the music made for this expansion is very particular and very specific to what's going on. So, that being said, I wish that we understood the lyrics of what's going on in this song, because this song has hidden significance that has, I mean, I don't know, it gives you kind of a vibe of what's going on with the fact that it's like freezing cold, definitely gives you like kind of World War II-esque vibes. But that being said, though, there's still a hidden meaning to this song that I just didn't realize until just now, because this is probably the first song we've listened to that's had like lyrics or, you know, more than just instrumental. So it's kind of intriguing to see that this is actually like coming into fruition. So hopefully they give us some kind of importance to what this song kind of entails. So we'll see. This, it's a radio. You don't have them where you come from, I take it. We use them to listen to messages sent by others, even over great distances. There are different types, but this model is by far the most popular. Made with quality components crafted with the finest ore. Sources from Locus Ammonia says it is. Not all that useful since the capital fell into ruin. The people at the broadcasting station must have either fled or ended up like all the others, because all we've been hearing is the same music being played over and over again. Home beyond the horizon, an ode to the brave men and women sent to reclaim our ancestral homeland of Locus Ammonius. Home beyond the horizon. The implication I get from that title reminds me of the Ethereal Sea. That's what I'm getting out of this. We may have founded an empire in these frozen wastes, but we always hoped to take back what was once ours. 'Tis a solemn reminder that, though we must suffer great hardship, better days will surely come. Despite everything, I believe that Emperor Varus yet lives, and that he speaks to us through our radios. It was a cunning strategy, faking his murder. He must have foreseen this catastrophe and chosen to conceal himself that he may one day make his triumphant return. Yes, I'm sure of it. Emperor Varus would not be defeated so easily. Huh. Well, that's a delineation that I've yet to honestly understand. They're despondent to the point that they think that Varus is still alive, even though it's very clear. I need the lyrics to that song. Because Home Beyond the Horizon doesn't give me the impression that, like, the literacy behind it, or the literalness behind it. I think it's more so that, like, home beyond life, that which has an end, is just, you know, like the afterlife. I think that's what the implication is to that song in particular. Because, like, there's enough war and suffering that, like, once it's all over, then there's, like, happy times in the world above. You know what I mean? I think that's what it's ultimately saying. But then again, what do I know? So this is what you gave the others. Thank you. I'll save it for later. Actually, I have a few things to ask you. Are you part of the group staying in Laterum? I saw Legatus Vergilia's troops heading towards the Magna Glacius a few days ago. Are they the ones you encountered? Yes, and we fought them as well. Camp Broken Glass, you call it. And Vergilia and her men are all there now. So how'd you reach... Is it Magna Glacius, I think it's called? cross the mountains on foot? Kind of a caravan situation, but you know. Airships. Oh, I mean that's it. And there might be a way to... Sessiion, where is everyone? Yeah, is something the matter? There's somebody behind the door you're in. A voice from inside, you say? You must be imagining things. Everyone's out here. Perhaps a baby Almasty has found its way into the house. It wouldn't be the first time. Without the soldiers to scare them off, wild animals have been roaming closer to the settlements. Some have been known to attack people, too. I just had an idea. If you and yours are strong enough to defeat Delegates, then surely a few beasts shouldn't pose a threat. If you've a mind to continue helping us, then perhaps you can head to the other side of the lake. There's a small group of tappers living there, whose whose job was to extract ceruleum. They still do, from what we can tell. I've already tried asking if they would share their fuel with us, but they're not willing to give it away. They want food in exchange, lots of food, and that's something we don't have and can't get on our own. On top of that, to even reach their den, we'd have to make our way past all those creatures. Would you be willing to go in our place? We only need enough ceruleum to last until the others are strong enough to travel to your camp. If the offer still stands, that is. Oh, and I don't expect you to give up your own supplies, but there might be another way to pay the tappers. Yes, of course. If I see any, I'll be sure to shoo them away. To reach Tapper's Den, you'll have to cross the lake. The ice is thick enough to support a person's weight, but you'd rather not take the risk. You'll need to take the long way around. Finding the entrance can be a bit tricky too, so it's easier to just look for someone standing guard outside. However you decide to head there, please be careful. There's a frail voice inside there, so it's gotta be like I mean, it's a person, obviously, but like, you know, I'm almost... I mean... She definitely has precedence over this person that she's hiding versus the rest, obviously. I wonder who it is, though. If I had to guess, I want to say it's a sibling. Like a younger sibling. Yeah. That's my thought process, at least at the moment. I think it's a sibling. Like a younger sibling. It honestly makes more sense if that's the case. I don't know. Oh, it's gotta be on top of the pipes, right? Okay, here. Let's just whoops. Because the music right now in Garland gives the impression that like there was battle and it's only been like extinguished by defeat and loss. You know what I mean? Like there's nothing else that really would take over this concept. Not this one. That's not obviously building Jack, but the idea that I have right now is that like, dude, they've been dealing with their own nonsense. Okay, I was gonna say, if there wasn't a current on top of this pipe, then I think I would have been, like, a little upset. Travel all over this pipe to find out that there's nothing up here. But it made, like, obvious sense. Alright. Parkour. Who goes here? How did you find us? Well, I was told by a girl that you'd be here, so... What do you mean I sound like a sore thumb? If the purebloods are over at Victor Spoils hadn't given away our location, you'd never have found us, those stuck-up arseholes. Though they could come waltzing in here, demanding cerulean with nothing to offer in return. Ha! Look at the boots on the other foot now that the capital's gone to shite. So they've restored it to sending you to negotiate. I know your game, sellsword. If you think you want to give into intimidation, then they've got another thing coming. Nah. Understood. I don't know about these ones though. There you are. Just after you left, Lacinia asked me to go and catch up with you in case you needed a hand. Someone must have let slip that I've a little experience in transporting barrels of cerulean. So this is Tapper's Den. Well then, after you. Who are you? What happened to the guards? I don't know why I said it like that, but whatever. Eorzi is the rebels to save the people of Garlemald. That doesn't make any goddamn sense. Why in the hells would you pass up this chance to put those Imperial bastards to the sword? Let me guess. None of you are Garlean. You were brought here from other lands. Garabania, Yansha, Balja, Dalmasca to name a few. Some dragged here against our will. Others for bollocks about a better life. All put to work extracting cerulean. All given a esteemed title of An, placing us firmly on the bottom rung of the ladder. But the old hierarchy means nothing in New Garlemald, says we. About the only thing that's escaped more or less unscathed is Cerulia Ingens, still sustaining us even with our paymasters out of the picture. We hear you're experts in drawing up cerulean from the bottom of the lake, but how can you do that if the lake's frozen over? Huh, wouldn't you like to know? Trade secrets, I'm afraid. At any rate, it's not as if cerulean is used for much these days. What with the city in ruins, we take enough power out of the heaters and save the surplus for later. And though it helps stave off the cold, it does sod all about our hunger unless we can trade it away. Speaking of which, be sure to tell your contingent that we've got cerulean by the barrelful. If they're interested, we'll exchange it for whatever provisions they're willing to spare. We can certainly ask, but if you're all free to go now, why carry on living here? Free to go? Go where? Even if we manage to get back to our homeland, there'd be nothing left for us. Thanks to the Empire and the knowledge and skills we've acquired, working here would be practically useless outside of Garlemald. So we're staying for the time being. Long as there's a need for cerulean, we'll find a way to get by, even if Garlemald as we knew it is gone for good. Their commitment is kind of unreal. Gone for good. Yeah, see, something tells you that. I mean, here's the thing. Garlemald has obviously been a city or a nation, region, culture, nation, country, whatever you want to call it, has been under some kind of like evil control for the longest time. So I think that the way that they used to perceive Garlemald at least was definitely like a paradisical place of interest, but now it's definitely like a ruined winter HE hockey stick. So I get that. But I also do wonder what that would have looked like back in the days for them, so it warrants wonder. Regardless of what the Elzebard contingent does for the people of Garlemald, the Empire itself is already a thing of the past. For many, that would be a cause for celebration, while for others, their whole way of life have been turned upside down. After all the atrocities committed in the Empire's name, perhaps it is for the best that it is consigned to history. But what of the ordinary people? Their lives, their stories. Should they be forgotten too? I suppose we'll be plenty of time to ponder that later. For now, let's see about getting some cerulean. So, you've come seeking cerulean, have you? I mean, it'd be kind of nice, honestly. What, those purebloods of Victor's spoils sent you? To turn up their enemies for help, they must be more desperate than I had thought. Then again, Licinia's got their little sister. I knew it! A sister, but we only saw Licinia and 3 men. It's possible she died from whatever was ailing her. If she needed treatment, I doubt there'd be any way to get it around here. I may have refused Licinia at first, thinking she'd come back with something to exchange, but I can spare them a bottle's worth of cerulean. Consider it a reward for introducing me to the rest of your contingent. Be sure to send them our way. You hear? I knew it was a little sibling. I can't for the life of me think why Licinia would keep her sister a secret from us, but we can ask about that after we deliver the cerulean. Come on, let's hurry back. It makes clear sense that it was a sibling instead of it being like, you know, literally anything else. It's obvious, dude. There's always that it's always that. Of course it was a sister. Why wouldn't it be a sister? Like, hello? To the north. Bro, this is the honest, okay. It makes so clear sense that it's a sister. Oh, it's that way? No thanks. This isn't right. It's too quiet. I would have thought Alphanet would still be treating them by the fire, but they're nowhere to be seen. I'll look inside the house while you search outside. They can't have gone far. Where would they go? Like, where would they actually go? Oh. They asked me how to carry supplies, but when I followed them back here, they attacked me. Caught me off guard, forced me to defend myself. I feared they fared rather worse than me. You can't fool us, we know. We know what you're about. Vultures, that's what you are. Waiting in the wings for us to show weakness, then in you swoop. Here to help? What rot. All a ploy to make us lower our guard. Let you in, pull ourselves at your mercy, put us in chains, steal our lands, get your revenge. You're wrong. That's not what any of us want. Save the arguments for later. We got bigger problems. I found empty medicine bottles and a bed that was still warm. It's true. Licinia was hiding her sick sister inside the house. But now there's no sign of either of them. Where are they? Where did they go? Away from you and yours, and if you think I'll tell you, you're a fool. I'd never give up my people. We're trying to help them, you idiot. Her sister's ill, the empty bottles prove it, so the medicine ran out, or she put it in her pockets to make it easier to carry, or to avoid the sound of clinking glass. There are beasts everywhere. How could you let them just go alone? To protect them from you. I don't understand why they're like so... You invade our homeland, tainted with the same sorcery used to slay our countrymen? A Garland should sooner die than suffer the insult. Better for them to flee, keep their purity intact, than be corrupted by your
Son of
vile magics. We were waiting for a chance to free them since the moment you arrived. Pain. Crazy pain. This is getting us nowhere. I cannot say how Licinia and her sister will react when we find them, but find them we must. Go on without me, both of you. I first need to tend to my injuries and theirs. I will join you in the search after. Alright, be careful. We'll do our best to find them quickly. There's only one path out here, so that's where we'll start. Okay. Well, interestingly enough, it's craziness. Okay. All the chaos to kind of endure with this situation for them is honestly nutty. It's so bad. This honestly just goes to show that the Garlands are not all responsible for what's going on. It's just a bunch of hierarchical, you know, people that are thirsting for power. And also to liberate themselves from the rest of the world. It's crazy. 2 sets of fresh footprints. Young woman, gentleman size. This is definitely them. I'm kind of antsy, honestly. This story, this part of the story has me very antsy. Ever since we came into Garland, I'm here like practically just like. This is stressful, honestly. I feel stressed from this, bruh. Would be that, you know, things would be even at like a time. It's crazy though, because honestly, when we're at like Charlene or like in Thavnir, we were honestly living well. Now that we're here though, the symbology of that honestly kind of makes sense, because this place just looks horrible. But the rest of the places that we've been to visiting wise, you know, there's always been some kind of like light at the end of the tunnel. I mean, even during the middle of like walking through it, this is the first place I think we've been to where like it's not that case at all. It literally just sucks here for everybody's sake. That's crazy. The trail stops at the frozen lake. Perhaps they chose this route so as not to leave footprints. I can't think of any other reason. Look at the place. It's crawling with beasts, and I can only imagine how hard it must be for her ailing sister to cross the ice. We could really do with Alphino's help, but we can't afford to wait for him. Let's split up and look for clues. Okay. Bruh, this place is huge. Okay. It sucks though, because like we're supposed to be out here looking like the good guy, but we don't. Not to these people. Oops. The empty bottle smells faintly of alcohol. The thin coating of dirt indicates it's been here for some time, and it's unlikely to have any connection to the Sessiion. Okay. Honestly, I just don't want to fight things. Oof. I feel, you know, unnecessarily guilty. Because honestly, this entire time we've been faced with the conflict that, like, you know, Garlemald's the enemy, everything is because of them, but like, it just goes to show that that's just not the case. Not for everybody's sake, you know? I feel like in other cases and scenarios, it's just like, it's like the same thing with like with Yulmore. You know, people who were living rich and living big and fat, they were chilling, you know? The rest of the nation that was suffering, they were just suffering. And then Garlemald is honestly not different. And I understand that. This honestly only solidifies it further. It's just crazy. Bro, I will run around here. I'm gonna find this. Whatever it is. Fresh blood. Oh shoot. The blood staining the snow appears to be fresh, judging by the amount the victim may have been severely wounded. The blood trails lead southeastward. Maybe she got attacked. Oh crap. Okay. But the question. Oh shoot. Look at the. Oh my god. Okay. The two bodies are already cold. There's no way. No.
Blood trail. We found one. They were attacked. No. Why wouldn't they? Safer to brave the wilds than trust in our magic. We should have... I should have... We can't leave them like this. We have to take them home.
This is not okay.
What if we're only making it worse?
Maybe we don't belong here, but neither do they. Not out here in the wind and the cold. I heard the story about Varus's voice from beyond the grave. Of course, I didn't believe it, but Licinia and her sister did. Perhaps there is something to the tale after all. I want to understand, so I'm going to borrow this for a while, if that's all right. You had every reason not to trust us. We came as trespassers, invaders. But I pray that in time, we will be more than that to you. That we will find a way to help your loved ones. And see that no more children are left to freeze alone in the snow.
I gotta go walk that off. That was crazy. That actually was that was crazy. That's still crazy. Like that's crazy. That's actually crazy. Like wow. Okay. I mean, okay. There must have been something we could have done, but what? Should we have never come here? Would they still be alive if we hadn't? Honestly, like I don't think it even mattered. I think that like the city is dying and the people along with it, and it's beyond anybody's control. I think that's the problem. Obviously, but like I think that even this damage was being occurred even before the Telofora came over and started wreaking havoc all over the place. I think it's been happening for a longer time than we think about it. Honestly. Okay. Okay. We've already caused enough harm here. Let us return to camp before we cause any more. As for those inside the house, we should send someone to take care of them. Someone who isn't us. All we can do for now is make our report to Lucia and do everything in our power to prevent further tragedy. So let us linger here no more. It's craziness, man. Okay. That is so wicked. Like, so unbelievably wicked. Look at the yo. All right. Must make a decision about all the balls. Alex and Nephilim tell me that they finished a preliminary search for survivors, but refrain from saying much more than that. Clearly, they're reluctant to provide details. Might I ask for your account? Like, the kids don't even want to, like...
Thank you for your report. We shall inform the troops of these developments, and instruct them to proceed with the utmost caution should they encounter any survivors.
Allow me to go and speak with the ones at the victor's spoils. They may be more willing to listen to a fellow Garlean and accept our offer of assistance.
I pray you are right. And though I am loath to burden you any further, should there be an appropriate occasion to speak of Licinia and her sister, please do so.
I am sorry to have put you through this.
My distress is nothing compared to their suffering. So tell me, what else have we learned?
As you may have already heard, we have succeeded in curing the members of the Popularis, Maxima identified. They have provided us with some intriguing insights into the current state of Garlemald. The assassination of Emperor Varus was the catalyst for the civil war. Nerva declared his claim to the throne, and his opponents refused to recognize it. Fighting broke out in the capital, where Nerva's Third Legion clashed with the First, who remained loyal to Varus even after his death.
Of course, even Imperial warmongers would balk at the idea of turning their shining city into a battleground. Like burning down the wood to spite the wasps. Neither side would be so mad. Unless something or someone inflamed their animosity to such an extent that they could not help but act against their better judgment.
It brings to mind events at the Gimlet Dark, does it not? The Emperor's sudden withdrawal from the front lines, specifically. Nerva and his father, Titus, Varus's then political rival, took advantage of rumors that Crown Prince Xenos had been possessed by a demon.
Elidibus, what better way to disparage your enemies than with the truth, or a close enough approximation?
Indeed. But before their accusations could be substantiated, many of Titus's followers were silenced. While some were merely stripped of their status, others died under curious circumstances. One after another, suddenly and suspiciously.
Again, Elidibus. Like as not, he had a hand in it. No evidence was found to implicate Varus, certainly. Nevertheless, Titus, Nerva, and the Third Legion would have judged it a brazen attempt by the Emperor to rid himself of his political enemies. And then, in the midst of this growing turmoil, Varus Sosgalvis is murdered. And Garlemald's own prodigal son, Gaius van Belsar, is named the murderer. Shortly thereafter, Nerva claims the right of succession, and in response, the First Legion claims the assassination was part of a coup d'etat orchestrated by Titus and Nerva.
What?
So no one is at fault, and everyone else is to blame.
Okay.
I should add that both parties received substantial financial backing. presumably to provide them with the means and encouragement to pursue a swift victory.
That's where they both fight.
And that these contributions came from the self-same benefactor.
That's why they're pointing fingers at each other.
I'd heard House Brutus had been filling the Third Legion's coffers, but the First as well.
It would seem so. Though the Populares determined that the First Legion received funds from a variety of organizations, all had connections to House Brutus.
So Fandaniel, in the guise of Asahi, was playing both sides against each other the entire time.
This is the reason why this whole thing is problematic. That's why Gallians are pissed. They're both being played by him again.
The information we gained from my friends does not end there. One night, shortly after fighting broke out, the capital was shaken by an immense tremor. From that point onward, they have no memories, no recollection of any events, including our clash on the Magna Glaciers. But when asked about the Imperial Palace and its bizarre transformation, they somehow recall Emperor Varys giving them orders in their dreams. May the Tower of Babel stand as testament to the glory of Garland.
This sounds awfully familiar.
We have something to show you all.
I mean, the same happened with the radio.
Varys spoke to them through this radio. Perhaps it was a recording, but if not, that would be inexplicable.
We are of one mind, then.
The ether that permeates the ore used in this device is almost identical to that of the talismans.
I see it. While it is likely more by coincidence than design, these devices might also ward against a primal's influence. A picture is beginning to form. If the tremor felt throughout Garlemald was a wave of ether emitted by a primal, then while those within range would have been tempered, those huddled around a radio desperate for news concerning the Civil War would have been spared.
No wonder Licinia kept it close.
My friends, I must speak with you. A young man was caught trying to steal our supplies. He is a soldier of the Iron Men, we think, but one who has not been made thrall. Thankfully, Magni restrained him before blood was spilled. The stranger is outside, if you wish to ask him questions.
It's gotta be one of the guys.
I think we do.
Who do we have here?
Garleans? Traitors to your homeland! Have you no shame?
I am Lucia Junius, a Temple Knight of Ishgard. And you are?
Iulus Pier Norbanus. And that's all you invaders will get from me.
We are not here to invade Garlemald. Far from it. Like you, our allies in Eorzea and the Far East fight in defense of their lives and their loved ones even as we speak. But it is the people of Garlemald who have suffered most. This we know. And that is why we have come to offer you our aid, that we may unite against our common foe. Whether you believe me or not, those are the facts. Now, answer me this. Why would a proud soldier of the Empire be reduced to stealing? The situation must be dire indeed for you to go to such lengths. If it is supplies you seek, we would gladly share ours, or turn a blind eye while you leave with your spoils.
I will not negotiate. My commander will determine how to deal with you and yours. If you wish to treat with him, I will take you, but no more than 3.
I don't much like the sound of that. But if we do accept his proposal, I suggest the 2 of us and...
Please allow me and Alize to act as envoys.
May I ask why?
We have seen with our own eyes the hardships the Garleans face. How their futures and lives hang in the balance.
It's not the warmest invitation, but it's an opportunity to prove our intentions true. Maybe not a chance to make things right, but a chance to make them better.
I can see that persuading you otherwise is a lost cause, but you will proceed with the utmost care.
Couple of children and what? A sellsword? Is this an insult?
Not in the least. You will find that they are more than qualified to speak on our behalf.
There are many dangers on the road ahead. I will need that back.
You'll be received as an invited guest, and so I urge you to observe proper social etiquette and conduct yourselves accordingly. Your safe return takes precedence above all else. Remember this. Thancred, in particular, will be worried sick if you're gone too long. May the Fury watch over and keep you. Are you and the children ready? I will explain the route once we're outside your camp. If anyone attempts to follow us, we will judge it as an act of hostility. We will not hesitate to take appropriate measures. I would expect nothing less. You have our full cooperation. Alright, this is far enough. Listen carefully. We head over that hill, then follow the road until we reach Liminal Station 4. The children in the lead, I want you where I can see you. We do have names, you know. I'm Alize, and he's Alphino. And last but not least... Whoever heard that name before? No matter. Alphino and Alize will watch the road ahead, while we bring up the rear. I wasn't lying about there being many dangers, so you're to run, not saunter. Run towards the station. Sorry, give me 1 second. If you even think about going for your weapon, the deal's off. Should any creatures bar the way, we go around them. Once you choose to depart, Julius will accompany you. I'll let you know after we can move towards the destination. Make your way to London so you can come behind. Okay. If you leave behind, okay. Ready to make a dash for the station. Alright, let's go. keeping it moving, right? That bitch whooping my actual butt. Alright. Quit it! Not the easy surface to run on. You better not draw attention. Okay. That's sensation, I presume. This is it. The first stop, that is. Okay. Good. Looks like your friends knew better than to follow us. Are these your headquarters? No, we're stopping here so I can check for pursuers. Since it appears you kept to your side of the bargain, we can carry on. Kid over here, man. North of the station is Regia Dormonum, one of the main residential areas, or at least it was. Demorum, I said that right? Okay. The afflicted roam the streets in packs. They'll tear us to shreds if given the chance. Keep close, no wandering off. Understood? Okay. From here, we'll be heading northeast, keeping to the left of the railway. While the route itself is straightforward, getting past the hordes unseen is anything but. Keep your weapons at the ready. They would attack their own countrymen. Aye. They spare their own but slaughter the rest without hesitation. Though we'll try to avoid detection, the chances of sneaking by completely unnoticed are slim at best. I will lead the way, but in the event we are seen, you're to fight them off. Those two will follow us, provided they can refrain from drawing their weapons. While I doubt they would be foolish enough to stab at their guide in the back, I will not take that chance. With that said, let us proceed. Okay, kid. I see why your comrade chose you. Julius, our contingent has a cure for the afflicted or tempered, as we call them. Your people would need to be taken into custody that we may administer the treatment, but they would eventually regain their sanity. Is that so? For all I know, your treatment would simply force them to forsake one master for another. And as far as I and my legion are concerned, they are no longer our people. They're beyond saving. Those who wrought differently and tried to reason with them are butchered for their bleeding hearts. Come. We have to keep moving. I hate to watch you bear this burden alone. Okay. Unless we're not being followed, we will continue onward. Okay, man. This kid's actually trifling. This train, though. He truly believes there's nothing to begin for them. No wonder he isn't afraid to get hands dirty. I mean what I said. These people only deserve death. I stayed my hand before only out of the desire to remain undiscovered. But that is still the higher priority. We should continue to avoid any unnecessary confrontations. Keep following the railway. Where the heck am I going? Bro, I totally tunnel vision. Okay. Look at what they become. Would you still stand there and claim that they can be cured? Actually, yeah. Those exposed to a vast quantity of Primal's ether may suffer severe corruption. Even with treatment, such victims are beyond salvation. Then you admit it. Now that you've seen these monstrosities for yourself, perhaps you will think twice before speaking of a cure. You're such a prick, man. I think the Etherology's underground. Yeah, it's underground. That's craziness. I reckon it's underground, yeah. Even here in the outskirts, it's plain to see how vastly different Garland is compared to other cities. I wish there was another way. I thank you for keeping us from harm. Sorry. We're almost there. You should have kept your side of the agreement, so I will keep mine. You have kept your side of the agreement. Thanks for at least, keeping your side. Boy. This is Tertium, one of Gravelmaw's largest stations, and now serves as our headquarters. I've already sent the twins ahead. I'll be with you soon so we can get to the bottom of the stairs. I had no idea they had such expansive structures built underground. Bro, we're gonna rush it right now, like Loki. It's plain to see why they chose this as their base of operations. They could have done a lot worse. Even so, I imagine it's not the easiest place to live. Indeed. And if Julius was willing to make the perilous journey to camp broken glass instead of food, their own supplies must be all but exhausted. They may be shielded from the wind and snow, but it's still bitterly cold. Much like Victor's spoils, it must be a constant struggle to keep their people warm. Lower your voices. While you may be here as my guests, the others will not take kindly to your presence. My commander's in that locomotive over there. Before I continue further, though, oh, pain. Okay. Fair enough. Wait. I saw that. Was that Nerva?
These are their chosen representatives.
Very well. Let us hear what they have to say.
Yes, sir. I present to you our commander, Lord Quintus Vankina, Legatus of the First Legion.
Oh.
The first?
The Legatus of
I had no idea you had survived.
I thought it was the third. Okay.
We lost our emperor, our city, more than half our troops. For my wounds, I may never take the field again. But we survived, aye. In a manner much to your liking, I dare say.
We have no intention of adding to your misfortunes, nor do we bear you any ill will.
Spare me. Though you children may speak in earnest, overtures of peace ever ring hollow in my ears. So long as man stands to profit from his neighbor's suffering, war
is inevitable. Driven from our ancestral homeland into this blasted waste. Yet still you yearned to rob us of our paltry scraps. It was only with Magitech that you learned to keep your distance. Though we knew it was only a matter of time before you regrouped and returned. Conquest and Empire were our only defenses. Emperors Solus and Varys understood this, and through their campaigns saw us grow and prosper. Much blood has been spilled in Garlemald's name, aye. But if it is a choice between yours and mine, then it is hardly a choice at all.
I do not deny that a great many conflicts throughout history were driven by the desire or necessity to gain by another's loss. That is not why we are here. Nor have we come to petition your aid in the war with the Telophoroi, grave though that threat may be. Our purpose is simply this. We wish to help you. Let us help you. If there is aught that can be done to ease your plight, we would be glad to do it.
Perhaps you would. But regardless of the ideals you espouse, your leaders would not send an army into Garlemald if they did not stand to benefit. If we accept their aid, they will expect their efforts to be rewarded once the Telophoroi are no longer a threat.
That's not entirely true, though.
And after compensation and concessions, the great empire would be brought to heel. Her enemies rejoice at her downfall. Our third eye, a mark of shame.
We won't stand idly by and let your people be humiliated. And we're not alone in that. We only want to make a difference. To make this world of ours better. Surely you can understand that. What I'm trying to say is, there are so many people who just don't care about making you suffer. And maybe that's almost insulting after all the suffering you feel the world has subjected your people to, but believe it or not, that's the truth. And now we're here, and all we're asking is for you to tell us what you want, what you hope for.
So much blood has been shed, so much lost. All because of this endless war. Who wouldn't want to end it? Can we not work together? To face our problems as one?
Answer me this, young peacemakers. If a world without conflict is your desire, why reject the unity and prosperity of Garlemald? Is it because we do not share your faith? That we do not share your heritage?
My controller died.
That our ideals and virtues differ? That we cherish and hold in the highest that which you do not? Disparity is the root of discord, and peace built on compromise is flawed and fleeting. Happiness for one and all is a dream, and the reality is that to the victor go the spoils. That is why we Garleans will never submit nor surrender. For freedom and for pride, we will remain true to ourselves until the bitter end. That is my hope. It seems there is nothing more to say on the matter. You will remain here while I decide what is to be done with you. Do not be alarmed. No harm will come to you if you cooperate.
This guy's in...
We will not resist. However, as your guests, I ask that we be allowed to speak with the other members of your group.
As you wish. I had no intention of locking you up, as by dawn you would be frozen stiff and you're no good to me dead. You are free to move about the encampment, but there is one condition. Collar them.
The F you mean?
What are these?
Incentive. You'll be watched at all times. Stray too far or act suspiciously, and we will administer a rather painful shock.
Okay.
Stop. Keep away from that one. The champion of Eorzea is not so easily cowed. Even if she allowed herself to be collared, the shock would be no more than an itch. No. If she refuses to obey, we will activate the twins' restraints instead.
You needn't worry about us.
We'll forget we're even wearing them soon enough.
Even now, you still... Why go to such lengths? What is it all for? You are a curious one. A far cry from the merciless barbarian others paint you to be. You will be their warden. Take them away.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Interesting. Delegates of the First is still alive and well. That's actually some nonsense. Alright. I still can't eat through it? Oh, pain. I have to remind myself not to touch it even if it starts to itch. I'd rather not set it up by accident. Anyway, enough about that. Let's learn what we can about the refugees. I was thinking, wasn't a trifle such as this to deter us? Compared to what Garland people have suffered in recent days, these collars are a minor inconvenience. Persona non grata. Wow, that's a name if I've ever seen one for a quest. As per Lord Quintus's instructions, I'm to supervise you during your time here in Tertium. Before you ask, no, I don't have a key or any other means to remove your collars, nor would I tell you if I did. And if you try anything, you'll soon wish you hadn't. So, do you truly intend to speak with the others, or was that merely a ruse? No. We're in no hurry to disobey Lord Quintus, if that's what you mean, or perhaps you doubt the wisdom of his decision. Do as you will, but remember, I'll be watching. If I catch wind of you doing anything untoward, trying to trick our people into turning their codes and the like, those shot calls will be the least of your worries. Understood. Though we're somewhat compromised, to put it lightly, let's not waste this opportunity. I suggest splitting up and learning what we can of their situation, and above all else, don't use magics of any sort. You, on the other hand, may go wherever so you wish, even outside the camp. I know full well I couldn't stop you if I tried. But do not forget, if you do anything to endanger us or our interests, Alpha Knight Eyes will pay the price. Yeah, I get it. You son of a... It's you! Hello. I served under the Lord Guise of the 14th Legion and I was there the night of the Praetorium fell. You and your adventurers, you killed him. My comrades, my friends, swept them aside in their dozens as though they were nothing to you. Maybe I am too, just another faceless enemy to be cut down, but it won't be long until our countrymen return, until you get what you deserve. Mark my words. Bruh, she made. So cold. These young soldiers on the verge of losing consciousness. Shh. Well then. Oh, right, they won't. Okay, I forgot. I know who you are, this so-called champion of Eorzea. Come to gloat, have you? I'll wipe that smirk off your face by the blood of our fallen compatriots. I swear I'll... Damn. Tore the sutures. Of all the times, the worst of the lot within striking distance, and I can't even muster the strength. If it weren't for the third bleeding us, we'd be the end of you. Virgilia's treachery nearly cost Lord Quintus's life, but we made our escape. Took shelter in a mansion, tended to the wounded as we prepared to strike back, and then the night fell and we gathered around the radio. Then the roar, the terrible roar. The capital was in chaos, but we were spared. If you can call this a mercy, and mind intact but body broken, a soldier in name alone, I'd cut you down where you stand if I could. Murderer. Okay. I got the radio here too, actually, that's interesting. The radio is the same model as the one that used the victor spells. Perhaps it is what saved the soldiers here from being tempered. Yeah, I can understand that actually. Oh, they're playing cards. Okay. It's kind of random. Let's see. Ah, there we go. Make him pay. I'm so invested in it. I'm gonna replay this game again. I'm hyped for it. This game is crazy. You came with Julius, didn't you? Not Julius, it's just Julius. Well, whatever business you brought you here, you best keep your hands off that Etherite. It's deactivated, but I'd rather you didn't mess about with it. There are others throughout the city, built by Garleans, for Garleans. Could teleport all over the blink of an eye, provided there was a terminal nearby. These days, however, we use the Etherite's power to keep this place lit, though that comes at the cost of its normal function. So the teleporter is working, we just can't use it because you won't let us use it, despite the fact that like you can use it. Okay, fair enough. Did you learn anything of notes? Yeah, people here are actual effed. Then your findings are consistent with my own. Their plight is desperate indeed. The sick and injured are at great risk. Without warmth and proper nutrition, I fear they will soon perish. I realize there is precious little we can do for them at present, but I cannot bear to see them suffer. Please, will you help me tend to them? So cold and probably hasn't had a proper meal in days. If we'd only brought some food with us, but perhaps I could use a little magic to... No, I mustn't. God, this is so frustrating. Bruh, who would have thought to be suffering at the whims of the enemy? To watch them be suffering is honestly like kind of mind-boggling. Okay. Who's there? My eyes, I can't see all that well. Thank you. The numbness has subsided a little. But I know I won't last much longer. You should look to the others who can still fight. Give them my ration. If me going hungry means someone else lives to see another day, so be it. At least I can still serve in that way. So, those you met fare no better. I was afraid you would say that. I know we were warned against meddling in their affairs, but we can't leave them like this. Perhaps we might gain permission to have the contingent deliver supplies. Quintus may have made his feelings on the matter quite clear, but even he must recognize that they are not in a position to refuse help. Maybe Julius can persuade him, though we need to persuade Julius first. Yeah. I wonder what the dungeon's going to be, because I mean, it's got to be the Garland Mall, but like also at the same time, it's like, it could honestly be like anything. It warrants a good question, honestly. You know what, actually? About to get my RP on. If I had a Glimmer Prism, which I totes do. At long last. Okay. Well, seen enough? Yeah, your people are in dire need of assistance, honestly. That's what I'm seeing. Julius, the people here have barely enough food and fuel to survive. Have you and the other soldiers been able to procure any more supplies? We've been scavenging provisions from the nearby houses, as most families kept some sort of way in the event they were snowed in. Still, going out and getting it is dangerous work, and we've lots of mouths to feed. Fuel is the greater concern, though. We had some ceruleum set aside until it was stolen. We haven't identified the culprit. Could have been the other refugees, or one of the afflicted for all we know. Either way, we're down to our last dregs. Without the heating they need, those in poor health are only going to get worse instead of better. If it's ceruleum you need, our contingent has secured a ready supply. We can have some sent over. We will not accept your charity. If we can hold on a little longer, the situation is sure to change. Everything will change. Heard something of it, have you? Well, from what I've seen, there's little you can do to interfere, so there's no harm in telling you. One of our scouts spotted a hooded man issuing instructions to the afflicted, or in the bastard's words, loyal servants of the Telophroi. Okay. Then he made his way inside the Imperial Palace, or what stands in its place. We had identified the seat of the enemy's power, we realized. Lord Quintus dispatched a messenger to the 10th Legion saying as much, and instructing them to join forces with the Provincial Legions to prepare for a combined assault on the Telophroi. You had the 10th Legion try to fight them? Once our allies survive, your contingent will be set running to the hills. Then we shall reclaim the capital by your own hand. But you do understand that they were already captured, right? Like, stubborn-ass people, man. And how do you intend to survive in the meantime? At this rate, many of your countrymen will perish long before reinforcements reach Garland. They need our help now. Say the word and we'll bring you ceruleum. You prideful man. Don't be stubborn. I will speak with Lord Quintus. Thank you for being finally a smart person. For once. Jesus. So, did he agree to it? He said no? No, he will not place Garland in the debt of her enemies. I have, however, been ordered to search for ceruleum outside. As you are under my watch, you will come with me. Oh my gosh. Alright. Very well. After all, many hands make light work. You are more trouble than you're worth. Once we are outside, you will follow my instructions to the letter. We depart shortly. Bro, why don't you just, let us help you? It's clear we want nothing else than to just destroy the tower. You know what it is? They're going to realize that we only wanted to destroy the tower, and then they'll be like, oh cool, they've actually been not lying to us this entire time. Like, freaking stupid. Someone position laying bashes of enemy. Okay. level 83. We will begin our search for ceruleum in Regio Urbanissima. The first location is Forum Salius, a park to the northwest of the station. You are to remain close at all times and act only as ordered. Okay. As if, dude. Like, I understand that they're trying to avoid every and any confrontation to the fact that they're not gonna, like, pay back a debt of some sort. But, like, what debt is it to pay if we're not even asking for anything in return? But, I mean, Quintus made a very solid point that, like, we've never really considered the Gallians' want of liberation just because their ideals are different from ours. Despite the fact that, like, we actually make it very clear that what they want is not what we want, and we just don't include them, period. But at the same time, though, not our fault. Whoa, why is it like... It's like thunderstorming. That's the vibe that I got when I was just like... Alright. This expansion, this section so far just makes you feel horrible. To think this Mockingbird Graveyard for War Machina was once a park. This is the place. Yeah, this expansion literally is just designed to make you feel horrible about what's going on over here. It's crazy. So this is the park. I'm surprised they found space for one amongst all these buildings. Actually, the recreational areas came first. The houses were later built around them. A healthy society requires communal spaces for children to play and adults to socialize. This park was named after the founding of the father of our emperor, the great Salus Zascalvus. Okay. Did we come to extract ceruleum from the wrecked Magitech armor? No, we've already drained it dry. Same goes for the rest of the Machina and vicinity. But as our ceruleum has been stolen, we must scour the city for every last drop. And while I don't expect to find anything here, I decided to try one more time in case something has been overlooked. I see. Then with your permission, we will commence the search. The rather small by Garland and Sanders, the structure is reminiscent of a merchant stall. Perhaps it was built for children to play as shopkeeper. But there's nothing inside for something magic or any devices that would be fueled by ceruleum. A cursory inspection of the record magic armor confirms that the fuel canisters have long been sustained ceruleum, as Julius said. Boy, there's a map here. I don't imagine there would be much need of Magitech in Park of all places, but then again, I wasn't raised in Garland. They may have uses for ceruleum that I've yet to consider. Julius ignores you. He says the words. Okay. Man, that man knows that there's nothing. The contraption is built in the style of Imperial War Machina, armed with a battery of weapons and capable of transforming into different configurations, but on closer inspection, it appears to be no more than a children's slide. Wow, what masturbation. Okay. This, whatever it appears to have some sort of symbolic meaning relating to this park, even though this place is named after Salus, it doesn't seem to be a statue of him. Well, at least not anymore. Maybe it was once a fountain, or somewhere the man himself used to sit. Not that it would matter, even if we knew. But I can't help but wondering. But the lightning kind of spooked me. Oh, we're gonna go to the west, okay. No, I'm not worried about that right now. Several points of interest are marked on the map of Forum Solius, the pond, children's play areas. To your knowledge, however, none will require the use of ceruleum. We're literally in the process of finding something that's just not here, just because of the fact that, like, again, stubborn desperation, but at the same time, I understand it. Okay. Oh, that's you. Any luck? No. There's no sign of any ceruleum. Hardly surprising, but disappointing nonetheless. I couldn't help but noticing you gazing at the pond. Is something the matter? What? Yes. I mean, no. It's just I used to bring my brother and sister here to play. The pond was heated to stop it from freezing over, so like all the other children, they just had to wade in and splash about. Would have stayed there if they couldn't drag them out. We'd be sopping wet when all was said and done, every time. And every time when we walk home, Mother would scold us saying we'd catch our death walking around like that. The pond was heated. Actually. With a cerulean-powered heater, by chance? I suppose it must have been, come to think of it. I remember seeing engineers changing out a tank beneath the hatch. But that was a long time ago, when the water still flowed clear and wasn't this brackish muck. We can't see a thing, and I can't remember where the hatch might be. With the machinery most likely broken, the amount of filth in there is probably the only reason it hasn't frozen over. I'd wager it's still unbearably cold, though. Julius, what are your thoughts on magic? The average Garland would jump out of their skin if they saw it, but the first has a few foreign significary and medicine, so it doesn't scare me. Then I take it you don't want if I employ a little now. Alphino, as you have a knack for finding dry wood, why don't you bring me some? Once that's done, a blast of fire should do the trick. Leave it to me. Smart man. And woman, you're not planning on going in there, are you? Of course I am. That tank isn't going to fetch itself. It's nothing so involved as extracting unprocessed ceruleum from a frozen lake. How the tappers do it. We're talking about a shallow pond in a park, and we have a way of warming ourselves up after. But that's insane. So, fancy a dip? The last thing we need you is catching cold. No kidding it, true. If you're not concerned for my well-being, you can dive in and help me look. The quicker we find that ceruleum, the sooner we can get out of here. Yeah, but it's like a pond, though. It's not like it's like a pool. You delve into the mucky water, become a hand and move to I see when you get close into his thing. Cool. I'm following this guy too, doing it too. Yeah. Give me that as well. Okay. Beneath the water, your fingers catch on what you think might be a handle. Ah. Nice. You open the hatch and retrieve a tank of ceruleum. Listen. Huzzah! However, your great discovery comes at a great personal cost, as you become acutely aware of the freezing cold and rancid odor emanating from every limb of your body. Julius will doubtless feel compelled to pinch his nose shut when you deliver him your prize. Great, so I smell. That's a win, regardless, I think. So, you found it. Let's be around here somewhere. This is cold. Did you find anything? I hope you did. That's it. And there's still some ceruleum left. There's still some ceruleum left. Ah, the fire's still not ready. Hold on. I'll give Alpha Note a hand. See? He's a good kid. Call me Old Don because by fire I am reborn. And my clothes are mostly dry now too. I appreciate you recovering the ceruleum, but I wish you'd taken the time to discuss the plan with me beforehand. Despite the way you've been treated in Lord Quintus's eyes, you're still an envoy deserving of protection. If you were to die on my watch, he would be most displeased. Well, your concern is duly noted, but all's well that ends well. Julius, you mentioned coming here with your younger siblings. Did you grow up in Garland? I did, not far from here. My father was an accomplished researcher in his youth, and for his contributions to the Empire awarded an estate. We lived well, better than many. What was Garland like in those days? Everything. It was everything you could imagine and so much more. Even during the coldest winters, we always found warmth and comfort at home. Coming in from the snow, taking off your coat, and sitting down for a hot meal with family. Visiting friends and relatives, receiving the same welcome, knowing they had everything they needed. Walking down the street, seeing the lights in all the houses, hearing the faint sounds of laughter and song, of happiness. And although the summers came and went all too quickly, in that brief respite, the ice would melt and the forgotten grass make its triumphant return. Whoa, that was quick. Sorry, it said, gray clouds gave way to blue skies. Some mornings, we climbed to the top of the tallest building we could find to watch the sunrise. Never again. Those rooftops were rubble, those friends dead, and those memories, but if I could reclaim even a fraction of what we once had. Soon our chance will come. We just need to hold on a little longer. Yeah, I mean, I can feel that. That's the worst part for them, is having to, like, deal with what was and no longer is. Now that the fire's burned out, Julius is moving forward. Okay. Alright. Now that you've recovered some of your escapades in the pond, there's another location I'd like to search, just outside the park. Bruh, again? Okay. As you can see, this place is littered with the remnants of various types of war machina. While my comrades and I have already recovered the tanks from the less damaged units, those that took a more severe beating are harder to salvage. We decided to save those for another time, that time being now. Rather than prize them apart piece by piece, it would be quicker to remove them outer casings using a compact explosive. With luck, we'll gain access to the tanks without rupturing them. Though the force generated by these devices is relatively weak, I would advise you to stand well clear to avoid being hit by the shrapnel. Before even bothering though, you should check the Machina's ceruleum gauge to see if there's any left. It should provide an accurate reading even when the unit itself is inactive. If the gauge is broken, I'll let you decide whether to use explosive or not. Should you need more, come to me. How many are we going to break though? That's a question. Understood. Let's get to work. According to the gauge, the fuel tank is empty. Oh, let's find out. After successing the outer casing, which you in the tank, you find to be completely empty. Pain. Okay. The ceruleum gauge in the TAPC have been broken, giving you no good to determine how much fuel the tank may hold. Oh, breaking it again. After successing, it's empty. Okay. Need some more here. Yeah. That thing is cracked for like a hunk of junk. This really gauge on this unit appears to have been broken, giving you a way to determine how much fuel it hold. Okay. Yeah, if it doesn't tell you how much it holds, you gotta use it. If it says that it's clear and it's empty, then it's probably empty. It's still half full or half empty paying you. Okay. Wow. More explosive. Wait, is that what I think it is? It sure is. You've done it again. Truly, luck is on your side. With this, we should be able to refuel quite a few of our heaters. It's time we headed back. Right here, while I go see how Alize and Alpha are faring.
Finally escaped the watchful gaze of your keepers, have we? Don't react. You'll only draw attention to yourself. Just carry on as you are and listen. After you left with the Garlean lad, Lucia bade a few of us scouts follow you at a discreet distance. We observed you being led into the station, but decided against venturing inside. When you emerged sometime later, and we saw that the twins were sporting Magitech collars, it was clear what had taken place. Now, as quietly as you can, tell me everything.
They're totally screwed.
The Legatus himself, eh? Now there's a surprise. This is also the first I've heard of a plan to join forces with the 10th and storm the Tower of Babel. An interesting development, and perhaps the opportunity we've been waiting for. Our comrades back at the camp also received some rather promising news, but it's still too early to get our hopes up. For now, keeping yourselves out of harm's way comes before all else. Whatever demands the Garleans make, indulge them. With luck, this will all be over soon. Until then.
They had not gone far.
We searched high and low, but no luck, I'm afraid. I might have guessed you'd be the only one to find anything.
I wasn't expecting much to begin with. Eventually, there will be nothing left out here for us to safely salvage. For now, this will have to suffice. We should return to the station.
Ah, there you are. Heard you'd gone hunting for ceruleum above ground. Brought back a king's ransom?
Hardly. But thanks to these three, we have enough to last a little while longer.
Well, well. It's not at all as I was expecting, these ones. For savages, they seem positively docile. It's a poor attempt at humor. In all honesty, I'm grateful for your efforts. But even with another night of warmth, There are those among us who may not live to see the morrow.
I trust your expedition was fruitful.
Lord Quintus!
Use what you procured to refuel the armor.
But, sir, what about the heaters for the camp?
The time for action is upon us.
What are you gonna do?
My men and I have matters to discuss. In the meantime, you are to wait here. Do not forget, you are being watched.
What are you gonna do?
The time for action. What did he mean by that?
I can only speculate. Clearly something requiring their magitech, given what we just heard. Whether they plan to utilize it now, or after they join with the 10th, is another question. Will they ever escape this cold? Return to and reclaim the idyllic spaces of which Eula spoke?
Finished your war, Council?
Alphino and Alize are to stay here as our prisoners. They will be released once your comrades have relinquished their supplies and withdrawn from Garlean soil. Until our terms are met, they will be detained at a separate location.
After everything we've said and done, this is how you treat us.
Our allies have but limited supplies. They may stave off cold and starvation for a short while, but what then?
For now, keeping yourselves out of harm's way comes before all else. Whatever demands the Garleans make, indulge them.
Get them out of here.
I still can't believe it that, like... Oh my gosh, okay. We provide, just providing that they do not resist. Okay. Okay. I realize that I've been kind of, during this portion, I've been doing this for like 6 hours. I'm gonna take 5, just so I can kind of like get up and stretch and chill. And I want to make another tea, another water, and then heat up some food. So I'll be back in a couple minutes.